Okay, guys, I'm pretty much multitasking with little grass on my lap, so good morning, all of you, beautiful patriots. I think you're gonna hear little grass attempting to speak a little bit. Yeah, guys, we gotta do what we gotta do if we're going live, right? And Miss Grasshopper now is coming home shortly, I hope. But yeah, we got a great show lined up for you. Derfman is going to join us straight from the midnight shift, guys, the graveyard shift. Okay, guys, we're gonna run the intro, let everybody know we're going live, and hopefully you will hear a little bit of little grass in the background. We love you all. Here we go.
Bring everybody in, guys. Spread the word. Come on, come into the show. We will, I promise you, this will blow your mind.
Grassroots army. It's an army.
It's an army, guys. A grassroots army, guys.
We have plenty of time. It's a Sunday, right?
At 17, your people say, I want to vote, but, I'm busy. I have other things to do. Let's go see a movie, and we'll watch the results later.
Come on now, Trump. Look at the ease in his eyes. He's doing this flawlessly, man. Trump is doing this flawlessly. Just had a bullet whizzing over his ear. 5 days later, he's behind the mic and he's spitting calms, guys. Trump is spitting calms like a Gatling gun, guys. We thank you. Patriots win. Arrows up, share, hoorah. Oscar worthy, look at this band of annals. There was a time when the world asked ordinary men to do extraordinary things. That is us, guys.
That's great. That's great.
Do we have the greatest people in the world? We have the greatest people in the world.
The point, the hat, he turns, he claps, and he points to the camera. Boom! There he is, guys. Trump, we love you guys. Oh my God, what a rally, guys. What a rally.
Nothing beats just hearing us, just seeing, you can already hear it in my voice where I think like, okay, I might head out now, right? And then, before you know it,
an hour later.
They come with something that is like, and that is that drop, right? That I always want to read. 1339, and this is to you, QT. We established a series of proofs for this specific reason. Undeniable, unpredictable, coincidence after coincidence, growth due to confirmations, real sources communicating with the people, unrestricted and together, guys. So this is why Trump was labeling them the fake news, and they will make sure, right, to drop those, to back us up, right? And we love you, Q team. Thank you so much for everything you're doing.
That's Zero Delta at 2:47 and 56 seconds. It's to the second, guys.
47.56 to the second delta.
The second, guys. This is ridiculous.
They didn't say this out.
There it is, guys.
Jesus.
There it is.
Boom, guys.
There it is.
There it is, guys.
Woo!
There it is. Derfman in the house.
Dang,
We got Derfman in the house, guys.
I do appreciate all.
I do appreciate, guys. There it is. We sincerely appreciate. There it is, guys. 10:25. 10:25, guys. 10:25. There it is. I hope you guys can see it again. But this is central, so we got to add an hour here, right? 10:25. 10:25. We sincerely appreciate it for your kind words and appreciation. There it is. There it is, guys. The zero.
There it is.
Hey! Oh my God, this is good.
Of thousands, millions of people came in through Biden, and they say zero.
Boom, they say zero. What? 9:40 EST, aka 21:40 Eastern Standard Time. Boom. 21:40 0 Delta. What do we have here? 0. They say 0. How about a nice 0 Delta to encourage add-ons on request of the Q team? Oh, whoa. Guys, check it out. He's saying we have it all at 7:09. 7:09, guys. Listen.
We have it all.
Boom, guys. We have it all. 5:09 Mountain Time. That is 7:09. Check it out. Are you ready? We have it all.
Oh my gosh.
This is 1909. The military timestamp of 7:09, guys. We have it all. See that? Isn't that epic, guys?
Wow. How does he do that?
But we'll make sure that that's going to go very quickly. We'll be able to do things that you never even thought. The only good thing about what happened with this 4-year disaster is that the people will understand when we fix our country. They'll be much more understanding than they would have been if we just went straight ahead and did it.
Oh, right.
What the heck?
What the fuck? Stop on Trump. Dude, what the fuck? This is XM 4461. Dude.
They tell me there's a storm coming in. Is that right? Is that still
The first time I had it, but you guys were after me. I said I had to focus. I was the hunted. And now I'm the hunter. It's a big difference.
After decades in which past presidents coddled and enabled the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, President Trump finally ended the immediate threat of a nuclear Iranian regime. The Iranian regime was weeks away from being able to produce a nuclear weapon that would threaten the entire world before President Trump took this decisive action on Saturday night to obliterate their nuclear capabilities. The contrast in leadership could not be more clear. Barack Obama and Joe Biden sent pallets of cash, American taxpayer dollars, in a failed attempt to buy the Iranian regime's compliance with a weak and ineffective deal. President Trump sent a fleet of American warplanes to destroy Iran's ability to produce a nuclear weapon.
There's new evidence that Barack Obama asked intelligence and investigatory heads like John Brennan, the former CIA director, James Clapper, the former director of national intelligence, and James Comey, the former FBI director, to find me evidence that you haven't found yet so that we can continue the Russian collusion hoax after it was ineffective in the campaign. You go back, we only have a few weeks left, I'm a lame duck president, and bring me the right assessments. And that's exactly what they did, and that's why they're terrified that new information is coming forth that suggests to the American people what they did and how they were culpable.
Incredible. It's all there now. It's in writing. And Tulsi's done a great job.
She's tough.
And she's tough and she's smart. And she did. She went deep into the files and she found it.
A new bombshell on the Russiagate hoax has dropped, revealing what U.S. intelligence knew back in 2016. Sources telling Fox News Digital that the U.S. intel had credible foreign sources indicating that the FBI would play a role in spreading the Trump-Russia collusion narrative. That was before the FBI launched its controversial probe. Now, CIA Director John Ratcliffe is expected to declassify intel from former special counsel John Durham's report on the origins of the FBI Trump campaign probe.
As you were playing those clips of these people like Morning Joe seemingly befuddled, saying that by no account is any of this true, I would challenge them to see if they've actually read the documents, every single page of the documents that we've released over the last couple of weeks. If not, go to odni.gov, G-O-V. It's all right there for anyone to see. And those who go in and read this will see how President Obama directed that a National Security Council meeting be called to talk about Russia.
Is the Oversight Committee prepared to enter into a legal battle with the DOJ over the Epstein files? You guys want the Clintons to tell us what they know about this, and many others. We'll put up the list again so everyone can see.
How can an entity known only as Q, faceless, nameless, fameless, etc., begin to ask questions on 4chan, now 8chan, and build something of this magnitude? How can the same Q entity garner such a massive amount of worldwide mainstream media, fake news attention attacks? How is it possible this Q entity can forecast future events or know when the POTUS is about to tweet? How is it possible future proves past regarding the information provided? How is it possible this Q entity, an entity who began by merely asking questions on 4chan, 8chan, was able to fill in the blank?
Our movement is about replacing a failed and corrupt political establishment with a new government controlled by you, the American people. The Washington establishment and the financial and media corporations that fund it exist for only one reason: to protect and enrich itself. The establishment has trillions of dollars at stake in this election. For those who control the levers of power in Washington and for the global special interest, they partner with these people that don't have your good in mind. Our campaign represents a true existential threat like they haven't seen before. This is not simply another 4-year election. This is a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government. The political establishment that is trying to stop us is the same group responsible for our disastrous trade deals, massive illegal immigration, and economic and foreign policies that have bled our country dry. The political establishment has brought about the destruction of our factories and our jobs as they flee to Mexico, China, and other countries all around the world. It's a global power structure that is responsible for the economic decisions that have robbed our working class, stripped our country of its wealth, and put that money into the pockets of a handful of large corporations and political entities. This is a struggle for the survival of our nation, and this will be our last chance to save it. This election will determine whether we're a free nation or whether we have only the illusion of democracy, but are in fact controlled by a small handful of global special interests rigging the system, and our system is rigged. This is reality. You know it, they know it, I know it, and pretty much the whole world knows it. The Clinton machine is at the center of this power structure. We've seen this firsthand in the WikiLeaks documents, in which Hillary Clinton meets in secret with international banks to plot the destruction of U.S. sovereignty in order to enrich these global financial powers, her special interest friends, and her donors. Honestly, she should be locked up. The most powerful weapon deployed by the Clintons is the corporate media, the press. Let's be clear on one thing. The corporate media in our country is no longer involved in journalism. They're a political special interest, no different than any lobbyist or other financial entity with a total political agenda, and the agenda is not for you, it's for themselves. Anyone who challenges their control is deemed a sexist, a racist, a xenophobe. They will lie, and then again, they will do worse than that. They will do whatever is necessary. The Clintons are criminals, remember that. This is well documented, and the establishment that protects them has engaged in a massive cover-up of widespread criminal activity at the State Department and the Clinton Foundation in order to keep the Clintons in power. They knew they would throw every lie they could at me and my family and my loved ones. They knew they would stop at nothing to try to stop me. Nevertheless, I take all of these slings and arrows gladly for you. I take them for our movement so that we can have our country back. I knew this day would arrive. It's only a question of when. And I knew the American people would rise above it and vote for the future they deserve. The only thing that can stop this corrupt machine is you. The only force strong enough to save our country is us. The only people brave enough to vote out this corrupt establishment is you, the American people. Our great civilization has come upon a moment of reckoning. I didn't need to do this, folks, believe me. I built a great company, and I had a wonderful life. I could have enjoyed the fruits and benefit of years of successful business deals and businesses for myself and my family, instead of going through this absolute horror show of lies, deceptions, malicious attacks. Who would have thought? I'm doing it because this country has given me so much, and I feel so strongly that it's my turn to give back to the country that I love. I'm doing this for the people and for the movement, and we will take back this country for you, and we will make America great again.
All right, guys, here we go.
You ready?
Beats.
You ready? You ready? Everybody in.
Okay, guys, bring everybody in. This is a special show, guys, because I've got little Grasshopper sitting with me on my lap, guys. Really interested in this Shure SM7B. But again, hopefully she doesn't make too much noise. But again, it's a full house, guys. Literally. Miss Grasshopper is on her way home, I hope. But you are all here because you know the storm is upon us.
My fellow Christian warriors, set yourselves apart from this corrupt generation. Be saints. That is the freedom that I wish for you. Freedom from sin. Freedom from our weaknesses. Freedom from the slavery that sin makes out of all of us. That is the freedom that is worth dying for. Kind of reminds me of the words that Mel Gibson first intoned in his Academy Award-winning film Braveheart, when he said to his ragtag army, and I say to you tonight, I see before me a whole army of my countrymen here in defiance of tyranny. You've come to fight as free men, and free men you are. What will you do without freedom? Will you fight? No! Yep, fight, you may die. Run and you'll live. At least a while. Dying in your beds many years from now, would you have been willing to trade all the years from this day to that for one chance? Just one chance to come back here and tell our enemies that you can take our lives, but you can never take our freedom. Every man dies. Not every man truly lives. You, we must fight for that authentic freedom and live, my friends. By God, we must live, and with the Holy Spirit as your shield and Christ as your sword, may you join Saint Michael and all the angels in defending God and setting Lucifer and his henchmen straight right back to hell where they belong. together. And in the words of Reagan, evil is powerless if the good are unafraid. God bless you.
And God bless you, beautiful patrons. Thanks so much for joining us on this beautiful day. Let's play Hold the Line. Let me shout each and every one out, because you know that I love you, right? Okay, guys. D-Dan. Beautiful, Defrustrated. We love you. Boom Time. Rick Q. Dick Tracy. Sing a new song. The Grim Reaper. Trucy, Ted Phillips,
I will
great to
be
see
a
you guys.
president for
Sing a new song
Johnson,
since you broke the internet.
anger,
Awesome to see you.
resentment,
Dog
hatred,
Rabbit. Love you, man.
lawlessness, violence,
MLM.
bitterness, and fury.
Jojo Guns.
No progress.
Stevie Bananas.
No nation.
Little Sister
Only
Brown.
state of chaos.
Daddy Beggars.
Don't
We
piss
love you,
down
man.
my back and tell me it's raining.
Busy Honeybee. We love you. We're gonna hold on too. Yay, yays. We're gonna hold. Just streaming every day. Welcome to the show. Love you. We're gonna hold line. On time. Never giving up. The Sand Guy. Okay, guys. Tina English. We love you. Q Flip. 21. Boom Time. Michael Double. We love you. Stacy LBK. Legend. Donald Trump is Jesus Christ. Woo-hoo-hoo. You heard it here first. Smiley Hopper. Rick Q. Trucy, we love you. Alright, guys. Turn up the volume. Let's wake up those neighbors. One day at a time. It's time. Okay, guys, get ready. Here we go. We had breeze that cruising out to the 40,000 feet long ago. As we prepare to land, make sure your seats and folding trays are in their upright position. And while you're at it, guys, please double check if you're buckled up, because you know it's gonna get bumpy. Lee Kelly Patton, we love you. Humanita, 13, we love you, sister. Elephantress, those famous last words. United Airlines to Guantanamo Bay, immediate boarding at KD. We knew that would contract grab your favorite beverage in your tears. You elected them to do the admin in your lifting, so sit, relax, and enjoy the show. And don't forget, guys, local action, national impact. Be that change, the man or woman in the mirror. True says, we love you. Movie 2, the angels are sounding their horns. The apocalypse is nigh, foreshadowed for millennia, and unfolding right in front of our eyes. We're so blessed to be alive and to be witnesses of this epic transition greatness. Big shout out to Donald J. Trump, Dan Scavino, Elon Musk, General Flynn, Cash Patel, Van Bondi, Chuck Grassley, Richard Bunnell, the Less Than 10 Wizard Warlocks. We love you guys.
We love you. We will
Leonardo,
be back in some
great to
form.
see you, my friend.
Too many of us think it is impossible.
Sing a new song and sing
Too many
it
think
loud.
it is unreal. But that is a dangerous, defeatist belief. It leads to the conclusion that we are gripped by forces
we cannot control. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for the storm mega. Okay, guys, we have arrived. A little grass. Wait, let me see. Oh, pause. Because you guys are absolute proof of this. Let's straight up go into scene number 3. Okay. This sound, I like this sound a little better. I do sound a little, I don't know, flat or something. I don't know. But got a lot on my plate, guys. I've got little Grasshopper with me in the studio. And you got to understand that, you know, all the sound goes through the in-ear. So little Grass is looking at me like, what is Daddy screaming in this black tube, right? And yeah, so let's see how far we can make it. But guys, Wolfie 2. Oh, you got something to say, Lux? What? Do you hear that, guys? Yeah.
So sweet. You know, when you look at her and give her some attention, she starts glowing, right? Okay, guys. So yeah, let's introduce the man. There is W. Kelly. Great to see you. Good morning, Patriots family. And I think he's with us, guys. Even though he had his graveyard shift, we also have Tapper Tim with us and a Dutch rumbler. Great to see all of you guys. Beautiful Trucy, we love you. And let me know if you can hear little grass in the background. I'm not sure if you can, but let's introduce the man, the legend, that you all know as Mr. Butterboy. The man that knows without being told. Mr. 45, believe it or not, heartbeats a minute. Do not let him tell you otherwise. The cherry on top, Mr. RQ, Derf man. How you doing, my friend?
Goedemiddag.
All right.
Grasshopper and Lux. Yeah. And goedemiddag to Trucy, Danny Backers, a Dutch rumbler, a Rick Q, if I did see him, if I might be imagining it. I've been kind of running around this morning, but it's good to be with you guys. Good afternoon also to Rod Leonardo, Miss Penny Black, anyone else.
Miss Penny is with us. Awesome.
To be honest, I'm assuming
okay.
He's with us.
I
didn't have
the help troops are coming, guys. So there she is.
Man.
1 second, let me get a little grass to the mic. I wasn't sure if you guys could hear her. 1 second. Come on, grass. Come on, say something. What? 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 No, don't eat it. Don't eat the pop filter. No, come on, little grass. Come on, baby. Did you hear that? What? Yeah, okay. Can you say that? Can you say daddy? Daddy. Yeah, this a little. Oh, what? Hello. Okay, guys, I'm gonna give her to mommy, and then if you're just gonna let go of my in-ears. Okay, there you go. She had her first debut on the show. So, okay, guys, little things I heard. I hope you could hear her just a little bit, but okay, Derf, you got the mic sorry for that.
Yeah, no, don't be ridiculous. Everybody's really happy to hear little Hopper on the mic, and so am I, of course. It's a very nice debut, I would say. And let me also just say very quickly a good morning to singing a new song, Deflustrated. Sorry, guys, I'm a little distracted. Wovi, MLM. Ted Phillips, Busy Honeybee, 21 Flip 21. Let me see who else. Let's say hello to Busy Honeybee. Trapper Tim, good morning. Anne Helga Talleras is wishing everybody a Merry Orthodox Christmas.
Oh.
And if we have any Italians, keep your head up and your eyes open for La Befana, right? I know she's coming around January 6th or 7th. I'm not so sure, but it's all good. Dragonfly, good to see you as well. Dark Rabbit. Sab Roach, good morning to you. And, I have to say, one day at a time, 107 might be an Italian patriot over on YouTube. Just because I'm seeing an Italian flag. So one day at a time, per piacere, if you are Italian, let me know. Because we haven't had too many Italians. We had someone in Malta, which is in Italy, but it's pretty darn close. And Kelly, good morning to you as well. Mike Matza, good morning to you, sir. Now, Grass, just a heads up, I don't know if you saw this announcement.
Oh.
But yeah, Trump is actually live right now, delivering remarks at the House GOP member retreat.
Okay, let's go there.
He showed up just a little bit after 10 a.m. Let me just make sure I've got the right time here. No way, Jesus.
What's up?
Trump. Oh goodness, we love you. If you want, I can give you the link now, or we can wait for it to be over, and then we can, go through the crumbs, and then. So I kind of want to, let you decide. I wanted to say a very special thank you to Tracing Justice. I believe that might be related to the Justice Cometh.
Okay.
Who rated our stream this morning as we went live on Rumble.
Justice Cometh. We love that man. Yeah, we're going to be on a boat, guys. We're going to be on a boat on March, I believe. Yes, March. And, I'm still trying to convince Miss Grasshopper to join me. Elsa could have ordered the tickets already, but I'm still awaiting her. How do you say that? Her okay if she's going to join me. I wish she would, but she's kind of all over the place, right? It's too early for a little baby to travel that far, just 6 months, 8 months, and then taking a 11-hour flight, and then a flight from New York to Florida. So I'm still working on it, else I'm just gonna go on my own. But I think she's gonna join us, guys. But who knows, guys?
That would be pretty awesome. Either way, Grass.
Yes.
Like I said, I totally want to give you the, how do you say, the reins, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
We've, just so you know as well, we've had a few posts by Trump this morning. Let me just double check. Jeez, these guys are amazing. And Dan Scavino just posted it at 10:27:45. So dealer's choice. Do you want to?
So this started.
Go through the.
So this whole thing started around 10 o'clock, right?
Yeah. Well.
So I think we can go into it right now. Again, let me ask the chat. Do you guys want us to live decode what Trump is saying now? Or do you want to go through the crumbs first? Drop a 5x5 if you want to go straight up into the live show with Donald Trump. That might be interesting. 5x5 for Donald Trump, or 17 if you want to go through the crumbs first. Okay, guys, 5x5s. Okay, guys. The will of the people. Okay. So we're going to do that, guys. While Derfman is still with us, so you had your first, graveyard shift, right? How are you feeling?
Well, yeah, it's I'm doing all right.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually had my second night. It went okay.
Oh, so this was your second?
Hours, yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Sunday night / Monday morning at midnight was my first night.
Yikes.
And this morning, if you will, was my second graveyard night. And yeah, it was just like yesterday. It was kind of busy the first 2-3 hours, and then by around 3 a.m., it died down as far as getting tickets. Luckily, I did not get any calls, so that's really nice. And yeah, I'm up for whatever you and the chat want to do. And there's definitely been a big margin of 5x5s.
Awesome, guys.
That came in. So I think the chat wants us to go right into Trump.
Absolutely.
And if you want, I will post a link to the amazing RSBN.
Yes.
In
we love him.
The chat.
And we go back a long way. We're the friends of the show, right? RSBN. So that's why we want to give them a little bit of a head start, right? Else people gonna watch this stream, right? We want them to first do their thing, right? And if they want to see what kind of crimes are there, then they can join here, right? So, but before we get there, I shared the link of Justice Cometh with you guys on YouTube, with you guys on Rumble. Please follow him. He's a great guy. We're trying to set up a phone call, right? Because I truly want to know my fellow patriots, right? But again, that call is coming up soon. But before we get into the live show of Trump, let's see what kind of, right? Because this is all regarding the live show of Trump. Let me see what kind of backdrop they are dropping and how what Trump is saying on stage falls in place with this backdrop, right? So Dan Scavino, posted regarding this speech, and you can see that, dude, this is a friend of mine, Bodie Crane. What is his Twitter restored? No, it isn't. Okay, so Bodie Crane, dude, this is a buddy of mine. That is funny, man. Let me see if we can find him, Bodie. Let me see. Nope. Let me see. At Bodie Crane. Bodie Crane. Come on. THI. Bodie. Come on. Bodie Crane.
Just to make sure I don't forget, Grass. Deflustrated is letting us know that Ted Phillips gave a $20 super chat.
Oh, dude.
And I don't see it on Rumble, so it might be on YouTube. And it might also be that it came in before that I popped out my Rumble chat. So that might be why I'm not seeing it in Rumble if it came in through Rumble. Either way, thank you so much, Ted Phillips, for dropping that 20. We love
Absolutely, you. Ted. We love you, brother. Ted Phillips, we love you to the moon and back. Danny Beckers, we got a full house, guys. And, okay, guys, so Ted did it last night. Okay, Ted, we love you, brother. A happy new year. So Dan Scavino is dropping this speech of Trump at 10:27. And you can see there's a 27:45. So information waterfall. Buckle up, traders. And there's a little Bodie Crane action. And there it is, guys. POTUS will be up all night talking about the graveyard shift, right? Okay. So let me see what his post number is is showing us. Let's see, 589. 985 and 2295. 95. Let me see. What did I do?
Or also maybe 2958.
Okay.
The middle?
Yes, 2958. Thank you. Boom. Let me see. Define back channels. Okay, guys. So sometimes I think it's hard for y'all to empathize with us and add on talking to the Q team saying, hey, we hit the ground running. We're learning as we go. Y'all are operating from a position of knowledge. We are in the dark. We are desperate for truth and justice. And Q is saying define back channels. So this is how they are teaching you, right? Giving you the backdrop of things happening. And this is how we came to these shows. So interesting, guys. The back channel comes. Also, this is what we mostly use in
the introduction of the show, right? As we dive into the back channel comms per DJT, Scavino, and the Wizards of Warlocks, their guidance, and Decode their crumbs live on air. So, as we are going live, Dan Scavino drops the timestamp and the truth number that brings us to the back channels. So, Dan, we love you. Graham, enjoy the show. Okay, guys. So, a little
just so
enemy combatants actions. Yes. Yes, Derf?
Well, I was going to say the timestamp is key.
Boom.
Like that one. But just FYI, he posted again at 10:36.
Right. So let's refresh, guys. Again, we have to do this so we can get a clear picture. We're going to put all these crumbs in the back of our mind, and then we're going to listen to what Trump is saying, right? And those markers where it crosses over are things beyond the shadow of a doubt that they are trying to emphasize. So yeah. So the timestamp is key. And, she was the one. Wasn't she the one that had the birth certificate? That she was the only one that died on that plane? Or something like that?
I think she had to do more with 9/11.
Yeah, 9/11, yeah. But again, guys, so her husband died on 9/11, and then she died in a plane crash. I rejected the 1.8 million from the government and filed a lawsuit against them instead. I was a loudmouth and well-known figure in the 9/11 truth movement. Coincidentally, days after meeting President Obama, I died in a plane crash. Man. The timestamp is key. Unbelievable. Right? This is not a game, guys. Let me see. 10:36 and 36:40. We have to do this again, guys. 1 second. Boom. So the trip code and our movement, I don't know. Okay. This one doesn't work. And let's see, guys. So 10:36, 4630. The Insurrection Act of 1807. Oh. So call the ball. And again, Trump is taking his National Guard out, right? And he said they will be back because the unrest will come. Because what did you tell us? That these riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest of more senior public officials. So it happens regardless. Interesting, guys. There's a 1270-67. And again, Derf, what do you think about my sound? Because something is off. So there's a 321. Okay. Okay.
On my end, it sounds good.
Okay, good. 2. So the 321 is showing you the 137, huh? Interesting, guys. Derf, man. Let me see what this video is holding.
I want to express our tremendous sorrow at the loss of a great member, a great member, Congressman Doug LaMalfa, who passed away yesterday, as you probably have heard. And he was the leader of the Western Caucus, a fierce champion on California water issues. He was great on water. He wanted to release the water and scream out. and a true defender of American children. He was a defender of everybody. And our hearts go out to his wife, Jill, and his entire family.
Wow.
Wow. Dan, I got you. Wow. Grass, you don't know this yet, and I might keep it for after the speech, but guys, remember this. Remember this 33-second clip Dan Scavino just posted where he's mentioning, Trump is mentioning the passing away of Congressman Doug LaMalfa.
Okay, dude, bring it. What's up?
Bro, this is... Okay, I get... Well, man, I don't know where to start, dude. There's... The whole team is on fire this morning. The reason I'm saying this, guys, is because... Okay, Grass, you went live on YouTube at 9 hours, 51 minutes, and 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And then 17 seconds later,
okay,
Rapid Response posted about Doug LaMalfa. And I'll post a link in the chats. And
ooh. Yes, there it is, guys. 9:36, huh?
yeah, well, that's when House Republicans posted. But I'll be making a graphic. You know.
Okay.
That, right?
Okay, got you. Okay, guys.
They posted, and it's obviously it's on QAng. That's how I saw it. That they posted exactly at 9:51 and 20 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So 17 seconds after you went live.
Mm-hmm.
And now Dan Scavino is posting a 33-second clip.
Okay.
Where Trump is mentioning Doug LaMalfa.
Okay, guys. So on Twitter, it shows as a 33-second clip, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, you can look it for yourself. There it is, 33. So sometimes QAC is doing this. But the character count on this tweet, because we already have so many crumbs pointing to what we are doing here. Again, the timestamps are key, right? The back channel comms, define back channels. This is how our show is called, right? And then the characters here are pointing us to 248 or minus 43, 205, right? We want to look where the M dash is, and he's doing these weird dots, right? Normally it's like dot, dot, dot close to each other. Here they are spaced out. So let me see, guys. So these are the crumbs. This is drop 32. Maybe one day, but it cannot go slow. The initial wave will be fast and meaningful, and it will send a signal to others immediately, and you'll see the tide turn. Not even the MSN can hide, and rest assured that some will be jailed as deep cover agents. So, again, the QAC time or length of the clip is also giving us a really nice crumb. But over here we can see the crumbs from the spaces. Yes.
No. Go.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes. So the 43 of the spaces, did you count the spaces, are showing you these crumbs are not meant to scare anyone, but merely inform. The resistance will be dealt with swiftly. Again, tying back to the initial wave will be fast and meaningful. The core focus is on removing entrenched and fortified bad actors from within our federal government, as well as others. Any military scene is for your protection as well as to demonstrate our resolve. Again, this is why Q was saying no civil unrest. Because at the end of the 10 days of darkness, and what about a year for a day, right? So we're now almost like 10 years, right? We're approaching the 10-year phase. And then in that last year, almost the last hour before, the light breaks, of course, you have that dawn period, right? Where we slowly see the sky turn. Do you know that? I love seeing the sun come up, right? Because at midnight, or I like the summer nights, right? Where there's like this kind of glow in the sky of the sun rays still there, right? It's not truly black. It's almost like marine blue, right? Like really dark marine blue. You know what I'm saying? So, and this is what you can expect, right? At the end of the darkness, the light will shine, right? Through our comms, trying to figure out why do we keep getting these 10 days of darkness, being brought in connection to the shutdown. Well, now we understand, as they were pinging back, that it was about the light, the truth that will shine, that will cause the 2020 vision, and it will cause the outrage. So now the military can act without people panicking, right? Because in Drop 22, that is what Q is saying. People tend to panic in such situations, but no civil unrest, clean and swift, right? The information that will be dropped is so undeniable that people will understand why these decisions from Trump need to happen. And that's why it's clean and swift. And I guess also the reason why the calm before the storm happens before the storm happens, right? Because, when you're creating peace and creating peace in these wars that were lasting for 6,000 years, and this man, this is not even a hat trick, right? This is just 9-10 wars. He stuffed every month. Boom, 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 right? Done. Shut down, right? And even during the shutdown, he was creating peace. Trade deals and peace. Using that as leverage. That tells you something, guys. And who knows, guys? If there is peace between Russia and Ukraine, maybe the stage is set. And also with Maduro, we know he's linked to those voting machines, right? We know that Chavez rigged the 2008 election of Barack Hussein Obama, right? So whatever is coming out, right? And the way that Trump was talking about this was, did he surrender? Well, he wanted to surrender, but then he didn't. Like again, what would they do with Maduro? Those mobs, those powerful families there, with anybody closely connected with Maduro, if he would surrender. You see? So how about this? Let's do an invasion like that, maybe, so he can look like he resisted or he was captured, and that saves all those other people who are staying behind. Who knows, guys? But again, you made the list. Feel proud. Pick up your phone, and there is Fly Rods Fly. Boom. 248. And I want to see, guys. So what is this? So are these spaces in between? Let me see. Let me check the spaces here. So, yeah, there's a space.
And in between there is a space. Okay. And in between that is a space. Okay. Okay, wait. So space number 30 and space number 31. Right? He's doing these spaces in between. So what about 3031? Or 1303 or 30 or 30 and 31. Okay. Okay. Friday night, guys. Evacuation training. Okay. Assets are in place. Again, world stalemate. We have the goods on anyone else. There is so much string pulling and blackmail that we need to cut these off to truly gain the power granted to us by the patriots and hardworking people of this great country. Again, the keywords. Key sync on steroids. And Trump is in Mar-a-Lago now. Huh? Okay. So these are those dots, right? Wait. So this is character 188, guys. Dude. That brings you to the 10 Days of Darkness Decode, dude. Right? Mm-hmm. Where it shows you a blueprint or like, a satellite picture of DC, the owl, right? Boom, 188. There it is, guys. Doom, doom, doom. Okay, so that's one dot. This dot. Ooh. So you got a nice little 88 there, huh? Okay. Now you got 186. God. Okay. You are learning. You needed a push. Godspeed. Okay. And now the other dot is character number.
Wait.
What?
Wait. 186 minus 30 is 156.
Oh, God. 156.
Uh-huh.
Boom, guys. Watch out. Dude. Again, guys. You know what our show is called, right? Join us live at 10 a.m. as we dive into the back channel comms per DJT, Scavino, and Wisdom Warlock guidance. And decode their crumbs live on air, guys. Now, Dan Scavino is dropping us 1036, right? Back channel comms and doing these dots, right? Highlighting the characters. Okay. So now, one second. 184. Okay, guys, the Y-hats and the owls. There it is. Can you do the same, Derf, with wait, we have to restore it back. So let me see. 29. So there's 15. I don't know.
You mean 184 minus 29 is 155.
Okay. 155. This is the attack on the effing Rothschilds, guys. Bunker apple yellow sky +1. Green. Right? And then Q started losing his, not patience, but, right? Saying, hey, guys, come on now. And there's nothing worse than having to explain something. For me, like, I'm a musician, right? And when I never teach people to play music. because I just don't have the patience. I just don't have it. Just don't have it. Nope. Nope. Don't get, no. I end up just playing for them and just say, like, you got to do it like this, right? I don't have the patience, guys. But, yeah. Let me see, guys. Let's put it back in. So, space dot. So, this one, minus 31. So, that is 775. 175, huh? 157, sorry.
No, 157, yes.
Oh, 157. Let's get to the bottom of this. What is the key, guys? Who unlocks the door of all doors? Do you believe in coincidences? Who controls the release of information? Who has all the information? Who disseminates information? Us, guys. Who has all the information? The wizards and warlocks. Right? What is the MSN? Who controls and who really controls? Why? Yes, this is a good one for Grok, right? Why does Grok believe that the MSN is the only credible news source? Who controls the MSN? Again. Okay. Wealth, power, influence, control, rinse and repeat. Okay. 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 Let me see. Okay, but that's a nice one. Okay, so then we have the other one. This one, minus 30. Yes, so this one we already had, right? And then this one, boom. Okay, but this is pointing to the Rothschilds heavily, guys. Owls, Y-heads, right? The plus are the Rothschilds. You are learning you needed a push. And there's the owl, guys. The reason why the National Guard started, it's almost like Revelation, right? The cleanup starts from the house of the Lord, outward. Bottom to top or top to bottom. Okay, so now we're going to look at this. Boom. This is word number 17, guys. Come on. Wait, let me show you. I'm going to copy this. Look at this. Look at this. I'm going to remove it. Dude, this is wild. So this is character number 100 and is being seen as word number 17. Boom. It's gone. See that? So now let's bring it back. Paste. Boom. So 101 is showing you graphic is good. And word 17 is the Q. Let me show you. 101. A long day, guys. 6 hours ahead of EST, by the way. And Clearwater 21, great to see you. Highlander, we love you. There's your 101 graphic confirmed. Extract. And then, of course, when you take the space after this M dash, you take that space away. Now you see that the M dash, which is word number 17, but it also makes the 100th character. And drop 100 is regarding the Queen of England, Diana, the worship of the devil. See that? And again, the Queen of England. Who controls her? What family controls her? Right? Yo, Bastiat! What's up, man? Let me see if the chat can say it. Tell us. What family controlled the Queen of England? Of what country? What family? Let me read the drop while you... Come on, guys. The Pacers. Yep, there it is. Boom. The Rothschilds. You know, bought up the England's stock market, pennies on the pound, right? By doing some kind of move and counter moves, you know, while the war was going on with Napoleon, right? They thought, oh, we lost the war. What do they know? What we don't? They were selling all their stocks, well, almost all of it. And then bought, you know, when the panic started happening and everybody was doing what they were doing, well, they bought everything up. Pennies on the pound. Now they controlled England. Now the king had to knock on their door to say, excuse me, do you have some money, right? And again, I don't care who makes the law, right? That's what he said. Who has the money
So I get
makes
to
the law.
print the money.
Yes. So there it is, guys. Absolute evil. You know, okay, so again, what happened to Diana? What did she find out and why was she running? Who did she entrust to help her flee? Okay. The London mayor, connection to the Queen, MI6, secret societies, Germany, Merkel, immigrants. Why are they so important? Operations. And there is the spirit cooking. What is it called? Who is worshipped? Why is this relevant? Right? As the other drops are showing you the owls, right? The Y-heads. Their need for symbolism will be their downfall. Follow the owls and Y-heads around the world. Identify and list. They don't hide it. They don't fear you. You are sheep to them. You are feeders. Godfather 3. And you have to understand, right? The Rothschilds are just the front of something way deeper, right? These are just the people they put. It has to come from somewhere. And now people are pointing to the Rothschilds, thinking that is the absolute highest echelon out there. You know? That's not the case, guys. That's not it. Those are, you know, like the Obamas, right? The front of it all. The name, you know, the real people in power, you don't know their names. You know, they don't even walk your streets, right? But if they do, you would not recognize them, you know? Okay, guys. And they got this whole system in place with police and everything, right? So they don't fear you at all. They despise you. Look at the television programs they're making for you to watch. This is how stupid they think you are. You know, so when I'm, you know, I never watch television, but if somebody's got something on and the way the television is talking to the public, it's almost like you're watching a toddler show. You know, I just can't stand listening to it. But again, it just shows your, you know, because they don't want to lose money. They're making the show because they think you're going to watch it, right? So they absolutely think you're absolutely stupid. You know, again, this is what I notice when I watch these things or when I see these things. But again, there's the Rothschilds, guys. Boom. Boom. Okay, guys. Dan Scavino. Unbelievable. Yes.
And right, quick grass. 100 minus 16 is 84.
Mm-hmm.
Or we can mirror that to 48.
Okay. Okay, 48 and 84. Okay, guys. Please add the crumbs above to a new complete graphic, organized and in order, critical to understand the review. This is staged and deliberate. Cue clearance. Okay, guys. The calm before the storm. And again, Uranium 1. Okay, guys. So let's see.
Okay, Grass, before you move, there's... I don't do this too often, but I'm going to ask you to add Rapid Response 47 and the White House, both on Twitter. Don't need the truths.
Okay, let's see. The White House and the Rapid Response.
Oh, go up.
Yeah, there's 47, and there is White House. Okay, I gotta do it like this because I can't do it sideways. Let me see. White House is somewhere here. Boom. Okay. Save.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So now they did do a couple of posts. So we can scroll down to 10:36 was when Scavino posted last.
Yeah.
Right. Just want to make sure. Did he post again?
Yes.
Okay. No, he didn't. So. Okay. So Grass. Now take a little scroll down. And see.
Oof. Yeah.
1 minute and 17 seconds between Rapid Response at 10:35:23 and Scavino at 10:36 40 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of nice, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Now the next Dan Scavino was at 10:27:45, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Sorry, what? The next one?
The next Scavino down was 10:27.
Yes, 45.
10:27:45. Now look at the White House beforehand.
3:16, dude. Man.
Uh-huh.
And again, for the new ones, the new arrivals, we have this so often, guys, that when we are about to do a live Decode on Trump, like, through what agency are we watching this? RSBN, right? So let's see, guys. 3:16, huh? 3:16. Boom. Drop 3:16 are anons going to right side broadcasting. We need to go back and listen closely. He did emphasize words used by Q and POTUS Twitter. We need to re-listen to the POTUS speech. Looking at the map gives you a good idea of the operations ahead. Renegade, Trader, Connect the markers. Are these relevant? Q wants us to understand that what the map is, that what is in the map is real, and this provides evidence for it. The important point is justice. More evidence that truth is being revealed, Q is legit, and justice is being served. Now we need to assemble and spread the map now and demonstrate why it is true due to the news that proves contained within it, right? So the annals are making the map, right? And almost trying to scream it from the rooftops. How happy they are that they understand that this is a way of communication. Now Q is seeing this, right? And coming underneath saying, hey guys, awesome stuff. What can be said about the US military? Indeed, the speech yesterday verified and unlocked so much. Expand your thinking. Reread the crumbs, the Q drops. And now re-listen to yesterday's speech. Connect the markers. News in all forms, like a Trump rally or a Trump speech,
unlocks the map. Expand your thinking. The Great Awakening. And now Q is putting in a different clue. And we might, we have to set some kind of goal post. Let's do this week. We're going through that speech around December 9th, 2017. And we're going to look up when Trump is saying, we so love our U.S. military. On behalf of an entire nation, thank you for your sacrifice and service. Because Q is saying here, timestamp. He wants you to look at the timestamp of when Trump was saying this. And then asking you, how many clues must we provide? So what is Q saying here? The anons were just looking what Trump was saying, and if that word of that string of ideas were in the drops somewhere. So Trump was saying something that Q was kind of saying, right? Like a 10 days of darkness, or the Great Awakening, or I don't know, transparency brings accountability. That kind of lingo, right? Or 17 times in DC. You see that happening a lot. But Q was saying, guys, expand your thinking. Now listen what Trump is saying and at what time he is saying this. Now, when Trump is saying something that is in line with the timestamp, aka Q drop, and what he is saying links with that drop on that time, now you got another marker. How many clues must we provide? And that is what we're doing in this show, right? We're showing you the succession of crumbs, and we're going into RSBN. We're looking at the timestamp, and we're listening. We show you what the drop is saying. We read what the drop is saying, and then we listen to what Trump is saying. And if those two things overlap, now we got a marker, right? And we go like, oh my God, right? This is what you see in the intro of the show. But again, Derf, thank you. So this is the speech, right? Oh,
yeah. But hold on, Grass. I am so sorry, guys.
No, man, go ahead.
Don't hate us, but this is loaded this morning.
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting a link in the chat right now, Grass.
Boom. Thank you.
So this is the time in between Dan Scavino's last two posts. And there's two things that caught my attention on this one. If we mirror the 8 minutes, 55 seconds, we get 558.
Poof. Indeed. 316.
State of the Union.
Yes. So 316 timestamps. How many clues must we provide? And then the time in between is saying the timing is everything. Boom.
And I'm going to be a little selfish with this one, but 149 Grass is the first freedom flag that was posted on the boards.
Okay, guys. Beautiful.
And that kind of lines up with the two decodes that I posted a couple days ago.
Awesome.
So I got to say, I kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
But let's go back to QAG because, again, there's a few more gifts, if you will, after that 316 Grass. The next post, so there's a 3 minutes, 16 seconds from the White House to Dan Scavino. And now scroll down, Grass, because we've got Scavino again. Look at that.
45.
10, 23, 44. There's a little 1, 2, 3 again.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Nice
and
one.
You see that he is reposting the White House that posted at 10:10, 15 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, you know what this means, right?
Yes.
That it means that that's when Trump came on stage.
Mm-hmm.
So remember that when we're going to go to the live, well, you know, what Trump is, I think he's still live, by the way. So, and there's going to be a bunch of treats in that speech, guys. Well, you know, I'm not going to say too much, but I got to say, though, the Delta to reply, 13 minutes, 29 seconds, and 8:09 seconds. There's another 17 for you guys. 8 plus 9. The 0 is a plus on your phone, right?
Mm-hmm. And again, that's what the light is. This is the hard pill to swallow, right? This will be made public soon in the kill box. CrowdStrike, the emails, the open server, selling intel. This is global. This is not America, not just America. This is global. Every nation that paid for favors to the Clinton Foundation is caught. And trust me, this is something that Trump used during his trade deals, right? I bet your bottom dollar. I guess they used that. Like, you got a choice to make, right? We're going to make the trade deal. I'm going to control you. And you're going to do exactly as I say. Or else. And stop killing the souls, right? Stop your wars now. Because we need the calm before the storm. People need to trust when the big stuff comes out. That that they can trust us. Are you ready to see arrest? Are you ready to see pain? Are you ready to be part of history? Boom. 2344, guys. There it is. 10:10. Enough is enough. Revelations. The end of the 10 days or 10 years of darkness. When Trump started running, right? We could see the darkness fall, right? How the media was lying, twisting everything, talking about hotel rooms in Russia that doesn't even exist, while they were sitting on information of witnesses that came out regarding the Epstein saga, right? And then started bitching about when certain things came out when he was arrested. Saying, hey, I had the scoop, and well, why didn't you bring it out, right? Why didn't you? And if you didn't, then shut up. But shame on you that you didn't. And rather focused on those golden showers, right? And this was not Trump Tower shower heads, right? But there it is, guys. The conspiracy, this is how they try to make you feel stupid, right? Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, right? Those quotations go away because this is truly a conspiracy. This is not a conspiracy in the parentheses. No, this is conspiracy. People, one or two people working together for a nefarious cause. Conspiracy. Look it up. It's in the dictionary, right? Don't believe how they try to paint you because these guys are real. This was how they took the sovereignty of America away. Lending America money with interest. What? You had so much money, guys. You didn't even know what to do with it, right? You had to install these councils, right? And round tables to see, okay, how we're going to spend this, right? No income tax, nothing. Just good products, selling it overseas and getting rich. Everybody. But now it's all for the few. And now all of the people below this who don't understand this, they hate each other because it's
You are the problem. No, guys. Don't be divided. We are united in our fight against one enemy. The ultimate win, this is what people will understand, is death and money. Opioids. Think Maduro. Yeah? See what's going on here? It's happening, guys. And again, election rigging. Maduro. The voting machines. They owned those voting machines 20 years ago. And then they started distributing these machines in America and around the world. And this is why we're living in a society, right? Controlling, installing Obama, and then Obama doing the Modernization Act on the Smithman Act. Now the media was scot-free to use military-grade propaganda on U.S. citizens. And people are unaware. They're watching the television. It's innocent, right? We're looking at CNN. This is CNN. Boom. Trade towers. Boom. Boom. You see them following their imprint. And a few days later, guys, you got, you know what? How should we call this? Right? That is propaganda, guys. To call that act that I got in the Patriot Act. Right? This is going against your human rights, guys. Your whole amendment. First, second, all of it. Guilty until proven innocent. What? Let's call it the Patriot Act. Because the nation is under attack by these box cutters, right? Who couldn't even fly a Cessna. Yeah. While Larry Silverstein was getting how do you say that? Insurances on his buildings for possible terrorist attacks, right? And then they came together and said, you know what? We're gonna put in a law so we can spy on everyone, and everyone is guilty until proven innocent, and we're just gonna keep them because we know it could be your neighbor, right? The Muslims, guys, right? Those guys are the problem. Now those people are hating each other, while the ones that caused it, they laugh at you guys. They give you something called the Patriot Act, even controlling you even more. But every weapon created against you shall not prosper, right? It will be used against them. And, what a time to be alive, guys. To have a president in the Oval Office for the second time with a country and the world that truly understand why this man has to come back and do his thing. Right? That's a game changer. This man wrote a book about 9/11 a year before it happened. Told you exactly what was going to happen. Now he's your president. God bless Trump, guys. Election rigging. Wars are fake, top-heavy, back-end deals. Mass extinction event designed to decrease threat level of population. They want your guns. You are pawns, sheep, slaves, simply standing in the way. F off, right? While you die, we just, while you're dying, we just, get rich on you, right? It's ridiculous. How they created, AIDS and everything. If you would know, guys. Look at this. Another middle finger. Right, Derf? See that? Just flip it on the side.
Yeah.
Money, power, and control. People are simply in the way. Well, F you. Right? Okay, guys. So, yes.
And again, yeah, that is Scavino who reposted the White House posting their X broadcast link, right? And we know who else did that beforehand. Trump.
Oh.
Right? So you got to scroll down past those two Rapid
Okay.
response. There he is.
Oh,
look at this Delta to reply.
Beautiful, Trump. Beautiful. 17 seconds, guys. 10:32. Didn't he drop at 10:32 before?
No.
There was something with 10:32.
Maybe
it's in the minutes and seconds or something.
Could be a Delta to reply.
Okay, so let's see what's going on here. 10:32. So 10:10, Trump is dropping, that wonderful drop again. And then 10:32 and 32:23:01. Ooh, stay tuned and watch. We are active. Bigger than you know. 17, guys. Dude.
Yeah.
Dude, 17, man. What the?
Boom. Yeah.
Homeland Security. What? 70 minutes and 70 seconds, huh? Come on now.
Yep. And that was posted about a minute after that you went live on YouTube.
Beautiful,
9:52,
guys.
right?
Yep.
And I guess, since we're here, might as well do it, Grass.
Right?
Scroll down to 9:51.
Okay.
Unless, yeah.
9:51.
Sorry,
No, this is good. 9:51. There it is.
9:51 and 20 seconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And our broadcast on YouTube started at 9:51 and 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
so
I see.
That's another 17-second gap, guys.
Okay, guys. Wait. Let's see, guys. This is awesome. Look at this. Rapid response, guys. Throwing flowers. Wait. Let's see, guys. This is awesome. Okay, let me get the chat out of the way. Let me see. Okay, there it is, guys. So this is when we started. I had a little grass on my lap, and she really likes my mouse. So she's always grabbing for. I got a little. How do you say that? Like a mouse that is stationary, but there's this ball that you move with your thumb, right? Dude, check this out, man. This is exactly when it started. 17 seconds later, guys. Boom. And there, the 1717. 8:15. Dude, there's so much. There it is, guys. The bad actors. Huh. America's first. Beautiful, guys. POTUS. Look at him. What a boss he is, huh? This man, history will judge him well. God bless Trump, guys. Okay, Derf.
So, if you want to just have a quick look, the time in between. Let's see, do I still have it?
Oh, yes, the trackball. Yes.
Why not? I'm going to post the extended one in the chat.
Did I lose my YouTube? Oh, there it is. Okay. The extended version, guys. All right. Press. Boom. Oh, there it is. 14:52.
Yeah. So look at the minutes, Grants. 1487.
1487. 1487. Okay, yes. This board in the coming months will be spread and discussed across all platforms. Important to be prepared. Think new arrivals. Proofs are important. Thank you, artists and anons. Beautiful. Didn't we have something similar in our last show regarding a crumb from Danskavino? Interesting, guys.
I believe so.
Yes. And wow, guys.
Now, even the 1452, there's a 452 in there, Grass, and that's the enough is enough with the owls.
Yeah. 452.
Yes, sir.
Yes. The go order, guys. Enough is enough. Good hunting. Okay, guys.
And if we mirror actually the whole thing there, 1452, we get 2541. It's a nice little
boom. The Great Awakening. Okay, guys. 5D Corey, we love you. Stevie Bananas, Kristen May, Leonardo, Sunglasses, Trucy, Joe Q, Canada. I can't pronounce that, guys. Derfman is better at this. I think you got to be from Montreal or something. Okay, guys. Do we want to get into the thing, or is there some other crumb that you want to look at, Derf?
Well, the 248 is Fly Roth's Fly.
Oh, come on. 248, huh? Unbelievable. Dude, it's coming, guys.
So, yeah, guys, this is a ridiculous way to start this show. It makes the last show, because there were a few things on the last show, Grass, that I don't know. Do we want to show that right quick?
What of course, if you want to.
Well, all right. I'll post the link in the chat.
Okay, Derf. I'll be stepping away for a second. I have to go down. And I'm going to give you the controls over the computer. 1 second. There you go. Did it work out last time when it did it?
It did.
So there it is.
To start.
And then click this one to go. But 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Let me get the chat in there as well. Like this. So you got everything nice together to set it up right for Derf. Oops. Nope. Come on. Okay. What is this? Okay. We can remove this bit. Boom. Okay. And you just click this. Let me see. Do you still have control?
I believe I do. Let's see. I think so.
Let me get you a new one. 1 second. Okay.
What?
Okay, you still got it. Okay.
I think I do. Yeah. So just
okay, guys.
Test.
Have fun. I'll be back in a second. All right,
All
guys.
right, yeah,
Have a good one, Derf.
It is working. So, guys, this is what happened on last Sunday's show, which was our first Sunday roast, if you will, from 2026. And what I thought was kind of interesting was that here we see Rapid Response posting at 10:17. This is just before Grass does the intro, right? So at 10:17, well, 10 a.m. and 17 seconds, Rapid Response posted. And then, as you can see, 17 seconds later, our good friend Elon Musk posted at 10 a.m. and 34 seconds. And what I thought was interesting here, guys, is the next post was, again, rapid response, posting at 10:01 and 29 seconds. So there's the time in between Elon and rapid response, 55 seconds. A little 5 by 5 for us, right? And actually, I'm sorry, let me back up a little bit. I forgot to highlight this right over here. When rapid response posted at 10 and 17 seconds, they just so happened to post a 1 minute, 28 second video. So that definitely caught my eye, and that's what started this whole thing. So they post at 10 a.m. and 17 seconds, a 1 minute, 28 second video. And you guys know how we feel about that 128, right? And then Elon posts 17 seconds later at 10 a.m. and 34 seconds, followed by rapid response posting a 55-second video. I hope you guys can see this, by the way, just because I know we have the banner at the top. You know what? I'm just going to take a quick look over on YouTube just to see what you guys might be seeing. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we're not seeing that. Let me try to, I don't know if this is going to work. Can I drag this down? No, I can't. Sorry. I hope. Okay, it's not too bad. If I drag it down a little bit, is this going to be enough for you guys to see it? Sorry, there's a delay between the live and the YouTube, right? Okay. So this is it, guys. So you see 10 a.m. and 17 seconds. 17 seconds later, we've got Elon posting at 10 a.m. 34 seconds. And then 55 seconds later, we have rapid response posting at 10:01 and 29 seconds. And they just so happen to post a 55-second video. So there's the correlation. 55 seconds after Elon, they post at 10:01 and 29 seconds. And as you guys can see, if you follow the arrow, 10:01:29, Grass was saying 4, 3, 2, 1. See you 17 past 10. Because that's how long the intro to the show is. And I thought also what was interesting with the time in between. And
wow, Derf, I see. I'm back. But dude, this is wild.
Yeah.
What you shrunk it down or something.
I did because I wanted to make sure that the chat was able to see the time in between because it was being hidden by the banner.
Okay. Do you want me to bring it back in? So
yeah, might as well.
Like this. And then shrink this down a little bit, like that. And then you can, I just enlarge this for you, right?
Awesome.
Okay, Derf, please go ahead.
So yeah, so quick recap for you, Grass. 10 a.m. and 17 seconds, rapid response, posting a 1 minute, 28 second video.
Boom.
So we've got a 128. 17 seconds later, Elon is posting And he's reposting something by the New York Post. The time in between his post and the New York Post was 16 hours, 12 minutes, and 48 seconds.
Jeez.
And, you know, what happened is Rapid Response, they posted again. They posted 55 seconds after Elon. And they just so happened to post a 55-second video. They posted at 10:01 and 29 seconds.
What?
Which, as you can see, you were at that point, you were saying 4, 3, 2, 1. See you 17 past 10.
Wow.
And if we look at the time in between, the delta to the reply, technically, if we mirror the 16, 12, we get 2, 1, 6, 1.
Okay.
2161 is saying timing is everything. Enjoy the show.
Boom.
How nice is that, right?
Huh.
Well, something else happened about 17 minutes later, Grass. If you go to the next image, this is image 1.
Okay, so this is when I was starting the intro, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So we're still on. We're going live. You know, interesting. 4, 3, 2, 1. See you past 17 past 10. Boom. There it is, guys.
I should have added quotation marks. I just realized to the 4, 3, 2, 1. But you guys get the gist of it, right?
Oh man.
So, yeah. 10 a.m. and 17 seconds, followed by Elon at 10 a.m. and 34 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And then 55 seconds later, Rapid Response posting a 55-second video as you are saying 4, 3, 2, 1, see you 17 past 10.
And then they post 17 past 10, huh? Gee.
Yeah.
Huh.
And I guess we can go to the next image, Grass, because something happened at 17 past 10.
Okay.
Do you believe in coincidence, Grass?
Wait a
Because
minute.
Elon posted at 10:17 and 38 seconds.
Oof. Wow. What?
Right?
What? That's what? And what is the time in between 38 and 12? No, the 16, 26.
26 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But I liked the middle mirrored.
Mm-hmm. Anon collab. Do you believe in coincidences? Interesting, guys.
Yeah. It's a big one, so I cut it up to make it
beautiful,
Derf. So this is
wild.
shows in a row.
Really wild. And again, there's a 12/17, right? The date.
Oh.
There's a 12/17, and then you got 17 seconds, 55 seconds, 55 seconds at 10:17. Huh.
Yep.
Beautiful.
So that's what happened last show, and we just showed you what happened today.
Good luck, Derf. With dude.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, I don't know how I'm going to fit it in a graphic. I might have to do 2 graphics like I did with this one. But yeah,
Okay, guys.
How many more 17s could they give us?
Mm-hmm. Beautiful, guys. And yes.
And I say, if you're up for it, let's go to Trump.
Yes.
Because you guys, again, you remember the White House posted at 10:10, and then 17 seconds later, Trump reposted that White House link to their broadcast. So here, Grass, I'll be posting it right here. This is RSBN.
Okay, guys. You gotta love Derf, man, guys. Let me see. You gotta go here.
Is the broadcast over?
Maybe.
Yeah, I guess it is. So, wow, that's how long it took us to show you guys all the 17s, that 316 as well.
Well, it's important that they understand that they really wanted us to go into this, right? And it gave us all the clues beforehand, you know? So we can now, with this in mind, with this as a backdrop, to see now, okay, now we truly understand. We saw in drop 316 that the analysts were looking at RSBN, decoding the Trump speeches, and Q, the team, was confirming this. And on top of that, even saying, listen to what he's saying at what time. You know, as Dan Scavino was dropping us timestamps regarding back channel comms, you know, so happens to be in the introduction of our show, right?
And wait, Grass, I'm going to repost another link. The same broadcast, but this will start us where we want to start.
Okay, good.
Boom.
Okay, guys. Derf man in the house.
And that individual sovereignty.
John, we're going to have to interrupt you here. Sir.
We gotta interrupt you here at 10:10, guys. And now you know why 10:10 is so important. In regards to the 10 days of darkness, the 10 years of Trump running for president, and now coming into 2026, right? 10 days of darkness, a day for your year. And now the light is going to shine. Now the corruption is truly going to be shown, right? The water is going down. The swamp is being drained, and all those creatures, all those bottom crawlers are now being shown, right? All those nefarious things laying at the bottom. This is why you were telling your kids, do not jump in this water. Don't swim here, because there are alligators, right? There are, you know, like my dad one time, you know, he jumped into, you know, Amsterdam, right? These water things, canals, right? And somebody threw like a washing machine in the water. And you couldn't see it, right? And of course, there were these sharp edges. So he jumped in, and then he touched one of those things, and he cut his foot pretty bad, you know, or something like that. But that goes to show, right? When you tell a kid, do not jump in there, you don't see what is wrong, unless the water drains, and then you can see all the bikes, all the rubbish, all the dangerous stuff that is underneath that water. So now the corruption is coming up. The whole Maduro thing in Venezuela brings you back to 2008. Think about that. That is thorough, guys. We got Clinton on the Clinton Foundation. So, you know, Bill and all, that's all good. We got Bush on 9/11. So that's all good. We got that. But Obama, that's important. Now Venezuela plays a key role in this. See that? Conspiracy no more, guys. The media tries to paint you as, you know, if you believe in 9/11 was an inside job, they think that's equal with believing in the Loch Ness Monster or, Bigfoot or that kind of stuff. But those parentheses are leaving. The true conspiracies are going to be shown, and people will understand that their biggest win of those people are money and death. And they were going for your children. And, you know, COVID had to happen because nobody would ever believe that they would go through to these extremes. Right? Seeing is believing. Okay, guys. We love you. Thank you for your patience, but this was necessary, right? Nikki from New Zealand. We love you. I missed half of the Trump live. So, well, Nikki, come to us. And we're going to start the show and we're going to listen what Drop 316 showed us and how Q confirmed it. We're going to look at the timestamps and we're going to listen to what Trump is going to say. Derfman, we love you. Keep the mind open. 8 slow 9. Okay, guys. Don't be talking shit about the Loch Ness Monster. Yeah, you know, if you make fun of the Loch Ness Monster, it seems that, you know, it comes in the night and it wets your bed. Okay, guys. Let's go.
Sir, and I agree with you. We have to go.
Don't F around with the Loch Ness Monster, guys. Okay, guys. The sound is pretty low. Let me see, guys. Let me see. Let me go into my settings. Let me see. System. Sound. System volume mixer. So Brave. Yeah. So I think we're good. No. I put it on a nice 77. Let's see if it's necessary. Maybe they will bump up the volume. Who knows? Is it also low for you guys?
Well, it is a little bit, but
yeah.
I say just let's see how his mic sounds.
All right, yes, that's true. Okay, guys. So let's keep this this one. I'm going to keep this one over here. So on my second screen. Okay, guys, let's run it. Maybe my audio mix on my headphones are off. And again, guys.
Thank you very much.
So he's cutting it short.
I do love that song, but we got to get to business.
Oh, guys, we got to get to business. And again, 1010 and 1011 are kind of the same drop because 1011 is answering, you know, drop 1010. I can show you. Let me line everything up perfectly for, let me see. Yeah, so that's perfect. So we got 1010 or 1011. 1011. Boom. So there's drop 1010 and 1011 is answering this drop. The conspiracies. Ultimate win, death, and money. Okay. Are you awake? There it is, guys. Russia is testing new missiles that must maintain a threat to retain power and influence. Are you awake? So we gotta, what did he say?
Thank you very much. I do love that song, but we got to get to business.
Okay, guys, I think I'm going to up the volume. We're going to get to business, guys. Right? Enough is enough, right? That's what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to bump it to 100.
Yeah.
Listen to this. Enough is enough, guys.
Thank you very much. I do love that song, but we got to get to business. I love that song, but I want to thank you all.
There it is, guys. Thank you. I love that song, but we got to get back to business. Boom. Enough is enough. Interesting, guys. Okay. Jojo Gons.
Terrius MC, Rick Hugh, we love you guys. And again, it's still pretty low, huh? I just put it back on 100. Like Brave is now at 100. Might be me. I don't know.
Well, we are special people, and I want to just say that, I announced I was coming over here, and I said, I love those Republicans, and I meant it. I said, except for maybe a couple I don't love. But the people in this room, I don't know if those couple are here. I don't know. I don't care if they're here or not.
Oh.
But
they're bumping up the volume right now. But one thing I got to take care of, because I hear not little, but Miss Grasshopper downstairs. So a little technical issues here. But we're going to get there, guys. Boom.
we love you, and you've done an amazing job. You love the country. You're doing what's right for the country. And I want to wish everybody a Happy New Year, the most successful House Republican majority in decades. And we did it with not a big majority. Right?
So Tom is noticing the wrinkled flags.
It's a unified majority, and it's people that know what it takes to make America great again. So together we had 12 months of unprecedented success in 2025, and now we're going to make history and break records with the epic midterm victory that we're going to pull off. It just doesn't seem to happen for people that win the presidency. It's an amazing phenomenon. You know, you win the presidency, and we sure as hell are having a successful presidency, I will say that. But even if it's a successful presidency, it's been nothing like what we're doing. We had a very good day 2 days ago, too. But even if it's successful, they don't win. I don't know what it is. There's something psychological, like you vote against. You can win by a lot. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions. We won everything. But they say that when you win the presidency, you lose the midterm. So you're all brilliant people. Most of you are in this business longer than me. That makes me smarter than you. Because look where I am, right? No, it doesn't.
What? That's funny, man. What?
So you're all brilliant people. Most of you are in this business longer than me. That makes me smarter than you.
Oh, my God. Because I'm here and you're there. Oh, my God. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's really funny.
That when you win the presidency, you lose the midterm. So you're all brilliant people. Most of you are in this business longer than me. That makes me smarter than you. Because look where I am, right? No, it doesn't. But I wish you could explain to me what the hell's going on with the mind of the public, because we have the right policy. They don't. They have horrible policy. They do stick together. They're violent. They're vicious. You know, they're vicious people, and they stick together like glue. They don't have a couple of the people that we have. A couple of people, not too many, really very few. And that's why I want to just say that before we go any further, I want to express our tremendous sorrow at the loss of a great member, a great member, Congressman Doug LaMalfa, who passed away yesterday, as you probably have heard.
And look at this, guys. The time that he's saying this is Q responding to a drop of an anon asking for prayers. And somebody that lost their lives in yesterday's Southern California helicopter crash. So somebody died, and Q, is responding to this. They are scared. So,
Sorrow at the loss of a couple of people, not too many, really very few. And that's why I want to just say that before we go any further, I want to express our tremendous sorrow at the loss of a great member, a great member, Congressman Doug LaMalfa, who passed away yesterday, as you probably have heard. And he was the leader of the Western Caucus, a fierce champion on California water issues.
Boom, guys, what? California?
Wow.
That?
What the?
Buck Wayne, what do you think, guys? So this is why Trump is cutting the song short. He wanted to hit
either, 10, 12, then 13, because then the loss of life was there and California was there. Their sacrifice will never be forgotten. Damn. Dude, Derf, this is wild. Okay, guys. Let's see that again.
We have a couple of the people that we have. A couple of people, not too many, really very few. And that's why I want to just say that before we go any further, I want to express our tremendous sorrow at the loss of a great member.
The loss. That, guys, there it is. The loss of a great man, right? Who lost their lives. And then he talks about California.
Great member. Congressman Doug LaMalfa, who passed away yesterday, as you probably have heard. And he was the leader of the Western Caucus, a fierce champion on California water issues. He was great on water. He wanted, release the water, he'd scream at him.
What's the water,
true
guys?
Defender of American children. He was a defender of everybody. And our hearts go out to his wife, Jill, and his entire family. He voted with me 100% of the time. And by the way, he wasn't a 3 o'clock in the morning person. Do you know what I mean by that? Where the speaker goes, sir, could you call up? Could you call? I said, what time is it, speaker? Sir, it's 3 in the morning. Could you make a couple of calls? How many? 9. So I'd start calling 3 in the morning. I said, I shouldn't use any names. I'm just going to create problems. But hi, Jim, and I'm not talking about Jim Jordan. I never had a call 3 in the morning for him. But I said, hi, Jim, how you doing? I just called to say hello, 3 in the morning. Okay, sir. Sir, you haven't spoken to me in 3 years, and it's now 3 in the morning, so I know what you want. You want my vote? And usually almost always they'd give it, but they wanted to be called. And with Doug, I never had a call. He was with us right from the beginning. I love those guys. I must say I probably love them the best, the guys that I don't have to call. They know we're doing the right thing. I have a couple that are going to be with us all the way, but they just want the call. They want love. They need love. They're more insecure than most of you. It's true. No, most of you are secure people. No, most of you are secure people.
Yeah, so he's kind of bashing it, right? You want to have a pat on the back that the president called you to ask you a favor, right? Okay. So you needed this call. Oh, man.
I had a couple say, look, I could have Trump call me all the time. I just have to break his ass a little bit. And he'll be calling. But I appreciate those. We actually had a little party. We opened up a beautiful section of the White House in the Rose Garden, and we had a party.
Call the
for
ball.
all of those people that I never speak to and vote for me. And I spoke to Doug, but I didn't speak to him about, never had a problem. And I was really saddened by his passing and was thinking about not even doing the speech in his honor. But then I decided that I have to do it in his honor. I'll do it in his honor because he would have wanted it that way. He would have wanted it that way. He would have said, do that speech. Are you kidding me? Do the speech, big guy. But he was a fantastic person. Man, that was a quick one. I don't know quite yet what happened, but boy, it's a tough one. He was just with us. He was our friend, all of us, every one of us. And I also want to send our best wishes to Congressman Jim Baird and his wife, who are recovering from a car accident. They're going to be okay, but they had a pretty bad accident. And we're praying that they get out of that hospital very quickly. He's going to be fine. She's going to be fine, but it was a bad accident. And I want to thank the man who has been central to so many of...
By the way, this is when we are going live, right? This is when the intro stopped, right? 10:17.
Fine, but it was a bad accident. And I want to thank the man who has been central to so many of our triumphs. He really has been. He's the guy that would call me to make those calls all the time. He's always working. And he's a nice person. He's he's a high quality person. But I want to tell you, he's a very tough cookie. I've seen both sides. Not often do I have to see the other side, because he's just, by nature, he's a very fine, religious. I like that. He's a religious person. I like that. I like religious people. It usually means they're more honest. Sometimes it doesn't happen that way. I've had some real religious ones that did numbers on me, and I said, I'm going to get them someday. They got me by surprise, but it's usually good, okay, right? And his name is Mike Johnson, Speaker Mike Johnson. He has my complete and total endorsement. Stand up, Speaker. So, you know, but it is true. A lot of times they'll say, I wish Mike were tougher. He's tough. He's tough as anybody in the room, actually. But can't be tough when you have a majority of 3. And now, sadly, a little bit less than that. I mean, a little bit less than that, maybe. But you can't be Trump. You can't, I want you. You know, you make 10 enemies, 20 enemies. That's the end of that, right? Everybody loves him. I would say there's one person he's given up on. I mean, I think he just gave up on this guy. He's so bad. He never votes for us. But no matter how good, he won't vote for us. There's a sickness there. You know, there's something wrong. You can have the greatest bill, the greatest for the country. Forget about for Republicans. Great, great, great for the country. I'm a no vote. We don't even bother calling him at 3 in the morning, do we? Huh? But I want to thank another guy who's as tough as they come, because he went through something that none of us have gone through. I went through a little shot, but I get that throbbing feeling every once in a while. But what he went through was incredible. And that Steve Scalise, he got hit hard. Where's Steve? Steve. He's a tough cookie. He was dead. I went to the hospital. His wife was crying so much. She was a mess. Oh, yeah, she loves you. That's the only thing I learned about Steve, that he has a wife who loves him. Because I've gone to hospitals where guys are in bad shape, and the wife couldn't care less. She's waiting. She's looking for the next guy. Who's the next guy down the pike? Who the hell is the next guy? He's died. I said, that's so bad. Oh, yeah. I had one where the dog died and the husband died at the same time. I said, it's so sad. Yes, I love this dog so much. She couldn't give it, and the guy left her a fortune. Can you imagine? He shouldn't have left her anything, but she was much more concerned. Oh, the dog was devastated. The husband, he was like an afterthought. Your wife loves you, Steve. She's a great wife.
Oh, my God.
Another one who has a great wife, Jackie, is Tom Emmer, right? Look at you. You have a great wife, but you haven't been tested like these guys. You haven't. We don't want to test her.
Trump tough dog, guys.
She's incredible. She's a strong, beautiful, great person. She's a great person. She actually liked me at the beginning when we were having little fights. We weren't even having fights. We just didn't know each other. We didn't know each other. And I heard he said something negative about me. He was sort of right about the subject, but you're not supposed to say ever, even though you're right. But Jackie was saying, I'm telling you, he's a great guy. He's good. He's going to be a great president, blah, blah, blah. She was fighting for me. And now I love this guy. He's great. Jackie's right about, she was right about both of us, I think, right? But Tom has been incredible. He's incredible at what he does. And he's a great team player. Your conference chair, Lisa McLean, is so strong and powerful and beautiful. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. Thank you. And I think their broadcast, you know, we said we don't care if the press comes or not. So when I say that, that means that they're broadcasting all this, and I'm letting my feelings out because it's true. I feel that way about so many people in the room. I could say it about many of the people in the room. Some I don't know as well, but many of the people in the room. They're incredible people. You're incredible what you're doing. We also have another one, Richard Hudson, chairman, NRCC. Richard's always in there. Always with a smile. No matter what's happening, Richard. He always has a smile. He's just a positive guy, smart and positive. Thank you, Richard. Really appreciate it. You do a great job. Republican Policy Committee Chairman Kevin Hearn. Kevin, where are you, Kevin? Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Did a great job. Every one of you got to be proud of yourselves. And basically the entire House Republican Conference. It's been really amazing what you've done. And we're going to give you some ammunition today. I said, I'd love to make a speech. Speaker asked me,
No
would you
name,
make a
guys.
speech? I said, sure. You think Biden would do that? Would you make a speech? What? First of all, people wouldn't ask him to make a speech because it never worked out well, right? Could never find the exits. You finish, look, stare here, stare there, stare here. You could jump off the front if you had to. No matter what he did, he got himself into trouble. So basically, they didn't ask him to, but if he did, it wouldn't be good. But it's good with me because, you know, we have so much ammunition.
Dude,
We have ammunition.
there it is, guys. The ammunition. 1023. Would you invade a country whereby a good portion, like he's saying, I know a lot of people here. I can say this about a lot of people in this room. I don't know all of you that good, but most of you, I can say, right, that you guys are good people, and we're going to give you some ammunition whereby a good portion of its citizens is armed. The so-called ultimate deterrent. Right. That's funny, right? That's interesting. Ammunition, talking about the crowd. I know a lot about you. Not all of you guys, but a good portion of you are good people. And now this drop is talking about the ultimate deterrent. Good portion of the citizens are armed. Again, so shout out to all the gunslingers out there. Q Face Sister, we love you. Trucy, God bless you. Deflustrated, we love you. Buck Wayne, what's up, man? Let's go, guys.
Ammunition. The problem is the fake news. That's why I like being on. I'd much rather do live television than do non-live because, when they say, as an example in my speech, peacefully and patriotically to the Capitol, peacefully and patriotically. Do you know that the Unselect Committee didn't report it, that I said those words? Do you know that the news never reported the words walk or march peacefully and patriotically to the Capitol? Do you know they never reported it? It's a scandal. The Unselect Committee never reported that. They never reported that Nancy Pelosi was offered 10,000 soldiers, National Guard soldiers, whatever you want. No, I don't want them. And the mayor. The mayors weren't writing.
Panic in D.C., guys.
About it. But Nancy got caught when her daughter did a documentary. She's a documentariist. And she has her mother saying, it's my fault. I should have taken the soldiers or something. I saw that in the documentary. I said, whoa, this was a major story. Has she spoken to her daughter since that, you know? But they just, you know, they are vicious people.
There it is, guys.
Even on the attack. And it was an amazing military feat that took place yesterday. Think of it. An amazing military.
And again, there were shots fired today as well. Or yesterday, right? Yeah.
The people are saying, well, thank you. You know, people are saying it goes down with one of the most incredible. It was so complex. 152 airplanes, many. Talk about boots on the ground. We had a lot of boots on the ground. But it was amazing. And think of it, nobody was killed. And on the other side, a lot of people were killed. Unfortunately, I say that, soldiers. Cubans, mostly Cubans, but many killed. And they knew we were coming, and they were protected, and our guys weren't. You know, our guys are jumping out of helicopters, and you're not protected, and they were. But it was so brilliant. The electricity for almost the entire country was, boom, turned off. That's when they knew there was a problem. There was no electricity. Caracas. There's no electricity. It's not a. The only people with lights were the people that had candles. It was just off. So we sort of got him a little by surprise. But it was brilliant tactically. It was an incredible thing. But I watched where Schumer, he's such a bad guy. I mean, I've known the guy
Peace
for a
through
long time,
strength.
and he's such a bad guy. You know, at some point they should say, you know, you did a great job. Thank you. Congratulations. Wouldn't it be good? I would say that if they did a good job. Their philosophies are so different. But if they did a good job, I'd be happy for the country. They've been after this guy for years and years and years. And, you know, he's a violent guy. He gets up there and he tries to imitate my dance a little bit. But he's a violent guy. And he's killed millions of people. He's tortured. They have a torture chamber in the middle of Caracas that they're closing up. But he's tortured people. And now what they do, the radical left, they actually have people, and it's hard to get them. They're all paid people. Most of these people are paid. You know they're paid when they have brand new, beautiful printed signs by like the highest quality printer. And you have a woman, free Maduro. And the sign is before we even did the attack. You know, free Maduro. Why do you want him freed? I don't know, but he should be free. Oh, she reads the sign. What does that say? It says free. Well, that's what I believe. And you know, you see the sign. It's like, Lisa, we should all have quality signage like that. The one thing I want their sign maker. The guy is great. He does beautiful signage. You know, the old days was better when they used to write out their own sign, wasn't it? They'd make a sign in the basement. They'd have an old broken board holding up a sign, and it's made with a magic marker, sloppy as hell, and it meant something. But today, when you have that yellow and black, they should use different colors a little bit. But the yellow is a beautiful shade of yellow.
Oh, baby, yeah. And again, that it is, right? Quebec yellow, guys. Right, Derf? Okay, guys. You know...
Sorry. I had to step away.
No worries. But again, there's
but
you know,
he's meant.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he's mentioning how the signs are pre-made.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Like this is George Soros.
Mm-hmm. But he's talking about that beautiful color yellow, right? And when the Navy is putting up that yellow flag, it resembles the Q. Like Quebec.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The beautiful color yellow. So when you see the yellow flag, you know, they call it the Quebec, right? Or the Q. Interesting that he talks about yellow.
Chamber in the middle of, hard to get them. They're all paid people. The highest quality printer. And the sign is before we even did the attack. I don't know, but he, well, that's what I believe. The one thing I want their sign maker. The guy is great. He does beautiful signage. You know, the old days was better when they used to write out their own sign, wasn't it? They'd make a sign in the basement. They'd have an old broken board holding up a sign, and it's made with a magic marker, sloppy as hell, and it meant something. But today, when you have that yellow and black, they should use different colors a little bit. But the yellow is a beautiful shade of yellow.
Boom. Beautiful shade of yellow. Can somebody find me that flag? Let me see. Let me see. Navy. Let's see. Let me look at it. Let me see, guys. There it is. Oh. There it is. The nylon Q International Code single flag. There it is, guys. The Q flag or Quebec flag represents the alphabetic character Q. Look at this. Right? Okay. A boat recall. Okay. Let me see. Come on, load it. It also means boat recall. That's interesting. Look at this beautiful shade of yellow. Hey, dude, it's $47. That's wild. See that? See that? $47. This Quebec yellow shade flag. Dude. $47. A nice little Q plus. And there it is, guys. It's called the Q flag. The Quebec flag. It represents the character Q to message between boats. Watch the water. And that's what the guy said, right? Who died. You know? Bring the water, right? In relation to California, of course, the drought. But interesting chain of events, what Trump is saying here. Interesting. Let's see that again.
Basement. They'd have an old broken board holding up a sign and it's made with a magic marker. Sloppy as hell.
Oh, dude, what?
Sorry, here, sir, and I agree with you.
Okay. Years and years and, you know, brilliant. She reads a sign. An old broken board holding up a sign and it's made with a magic marker, sloppy as hell, and it meant something. But today, when you have that yellow and black, they should use different colors a little bit, but the yellow is a beautiful shade of yellow. No, I want to find out who that is. I want him to work for the Republican campaign. He's much better than our guy, whoever the guy is. But the United States proved once again that we have the most powerful, most lethal, most sophisticated, and most fearsome. It's a fearsome military on planet Earth, and it's not even close. You know, I've been saying it for a long time. Nobody can take us. Nobody. We don't want to have it. We don't have a discussion, but you read all and you see everything else. Nobody could have done that. Nobody has our weapons. Nobody has the quality of our weapons. The problem is we don't produce them fast enough. We're going to start producing them much faster. We're going to be very tough.
Oh, guys. So now he's on the 5x5 Q plus. Okay. So he talks about the beautiful shade of yellow. So happens to be $47. So the Quebec International Code signal flag. The price you got to pay for this is $47, guys. And the time here is 10:28. That is 5x5 Q plus. Right? That's wild, guys. Huh.
Nobody could have done that. Nobody has our weapons.
I mean, beautiful, guys. There, right? What?
I mean, it's really wild that you landed on that one. Because like Stevie Banana, he posted a link to flagdom.com, and the price on that one is $59.12.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that you're seeing a link that's saying $47.
Yeah. It's like this is the site, or this is just yellow flag Quebec Navy. This is what I did, right? And then there it shows you $47. And above that is the whole meaning of the flag. It signals Q. The character Q. Number 17. To message between boats. It also means
boat recall. But again, I think it's also regarding illness on the boat, like you have some kind of, disease on the boat, like quarantine. Yes. So there it is. Yes. The historical represents a vessel harboring a dangerous disease and requires quarantine. Huh. So when you see that flag, it is, yes.
Sorry, I was going to say Miss Penny Black found a link on Wikipedia that's saying Yellow Jack. And that's a double Quebec flag.
Okay.
And it's saying the Yellow Jack is a plain yellow banner that was historically used to signify a vessel that was or might be harboring a dangerous disease or needed to be quarantined.
Mm-hmm. So that's a double flag. Yeah, because sometimes you see him waving them. They are crossed, right? Like an X, right? You got these two flags on each side. That might be, okay, we got a problem. And what is one flag? There's just a Q?
Yep.
Okay. Well, interesting, no? Then he talks about the beautiful shade of yellow on the sign. Well, a flag is a sign. The beautiful shade of yellow. And there it is, right? The Quebec color. I think this is more representative of the color that they're using. We would call this ochre, right? I don't know how you guys call it. This shade of yellow. Okay, guys. But then, he lands on 1028. He says it, the yellow shade, the beautiful shade of yellow at 1027. Boaters will be up all night. Please pray. And then 1028 is showing you 5x5. Q plus. There it is. Boom. Q. The Q flag.
It's a fearsome military on planet Earth, and it's not even close. I've been saying it for a long time. Nobody can take us. We don't want to have it. We don't have a discussion, but you read all and you see everything else. Nobody could have done that. Nobody has our weapons. Nobody has the quality of our weapons. The problem is we don't produce them fast enough. We're going to start producing them much faster.
And your Rhinus is agreeing with us.
Companies, we have the best weapons in the world, but
brother.
it takes too long to get them, including allies. When allies want to buy them, they have to wait 4 years for a plane, 5 years for a helicopter. We're not letting that happen anymore. We're telling our defense contractors, you're going to start building faster. Guy makes... I have a big problem with it. I'm the king. I have sold more Boeings than any human being on Earth. They gave me an award, Salesman of the Year. I said, what about Salesman in the history of Boeing? I've sold more Boeing planes than any man in history by far, probably over 1,000. Over 1,000 planes. I said, that's the good news. But why should they wait 3-4 years to get a plane? They should build them, get them immediately. The F-35s, it takes too long to get them. The Apache helicopter. I had India coming to me, sir, I've been waiting 5 years. We're changing it. We're changing
Birds, guys.
India ordered
Birds.
68 Apaches. And Prime Minister Modi came to see me. Sir, may I see you, please? Yes. I have a very good relationship with him. He's not that happy with me because... they're paying a lot of tariffs now because they're not doing the oil, but they are. They've now reduced it very substantially, as you know, from Russia. We're getting rich because of tariffs, by the way. I hope everyone understands that. They hate to report. We're going to have over $650 billion poured into our country or coming in shortly because of tariffs. They're finding all of these pockets of money a couple of weeks ago. Sir, we're off by $39 billion. Oh, is that good or bad? Meaning, do we have it or are we short of it? Sir, it's $39 billion that we can't account for. That means we have an extra 39. Yes, sir. I said, well, what are you saying? We just don't know where it came from. I said, check the tariff shelf. Sir, that tariff doesn't start until September. He said, no. It started about a month and a half ago. Check it. Comes back 25 minutes later. Sir, you were right. It came from tariffs. This never happened to us before, where we find plus 39 billion.
Okay, guys. And interesting that this drop is talking about the Thunderbirds, the aircrafts. As he's saying, they got to get them sooner, right? Quicker. And he's mentioning 39 a lot. Let's see what he's doing.
I reduced it very substantially.
Yes, sir.
And Prime Minister
didn't say
Modi
anything.
came to see me. Sir, may I see you, please? Yes. I have a very good relationship with him. He's not that happy with me because, you know, they're paying a lot of tariffs now because they're not doing the oil, but they are. They've now reduced it very substantially, as you know, from Russia. We're getting rich because of tariffs, by the way. I hope everyone understands that. They hate to report. We're going to have over $650 billion poured into our country or coming in shortly because of tariffs. You know, they're finding all of these pockets of money a couple of weeks ago. Sir, we're off by $39 billion. Oh, is that good or bad? Meaning, do we have it or are we short of it? Sir, it's $39 billion that we can't account for. That means we have an extra 39. Yes, sir. I said, well, what are you saying? We just don't know where it came from. I said, check the tariff shelf. Sir, that tariff doesn't start until September. He said, no. It started about a month and a half ago. Check it. Comes back 25 minutes later. Sir, you were right. It came from tariffs. This never happened to us before, where we find plus 39 billion, not million, plus 39 billion. They were missing. We've taken in $650 billion or shortcoming, and that's because I'm being nice.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so he mentions 39
4 or 5
three
times.
times.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. 39 times 3 is 117.
Mm-hmm.
Then he mentions
yes.
Then he mentions 25, but then he says plus 39 plus 39.
Mm-hmm.
And 39 plus 39 is that 78.
Mm-hmm. Dude, what the hell is wrong with this thing? Go. Come on. What is this? But again, Barack Obama has been in North Korea. But 117, guys. It's a beautiful drop because that shows you how they were using wars for slushing money, right? 15,000 for a toothbrush, right? Really? What is the single biggest event that can generate many nation states to pay out billions? Who audit where the money goes, right? Halliburton.
Dude, and he mentioned 39 billion.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Yes. There it is, guys. Who audits that money? And there it is. This is what American taxpayer dollars went to, right? Now America is receiving this. Instead of paying it, you are receiving it. You know? Go back to the old ways. Again, they were creating wars. So now these companies are making the money. But now through the tariffs, the American people are making the money. Something is really wrong, guys. 1 second. I'm getting this wheel of death. And then you were saying, so 25 plus 39
plus 39, right? 78. No?
Yeah, well, 39 plus 39 is 78.
Okay.
And if we add all of those up, we get 220.
Okay.
Let's see.
Let me see how many times he's actually saying it. You know, you're saying 3 times and then the 25, yes. And then 2 times more, the 39, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Barco is saying, I heard him say 650 billion. Check out drop 650. Okay, guys, let's do that. Ooh, yes, there it is. There is Dodge, right? In a Q drop. A call on Congress to empower every cabinet secretary the authority to reward good workers and to remove federal employees who undermine the public trust or fail the American people. Boom. Well
That's
done.
56 exclamation marks.
56, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Interesting. When you mirror the 650, you get 56.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and there's the Muslim Brotherhood in relation to Huma and Clinton and No Name. Huh. Again, let's put an end to the endless, right? The endless wars. Okay, guys, thank you so much.
If I want to be, and we have national security because of tariffs. And frankly, we have a big Supreme Court case. I hope they do what's good for our country. I hope they do the right thing. The president has to be able to wheel and deal with tariffs. Now, if you have the right president, it's good. You have the wrong president, you know. If you have the wrong president, nothing's good. Tariffs are the least of your problems. We found that out for 4 years. We had the worst president, did the worst job. They had the worst policy. We have to even run against these people. Now, I won't say cancel the election. They should cancel the election because the fake news will say, he wants the elections canceled. He's a dictator. They always call me a dictator. Nobody's worse than Obama and the people that...
And then want Maduro back, right? Right? So, a dictator. So, they're making Trump a dictator while the majority of Americans want him to be the president. So I don't know how many dictators are voted for by the people, right? And then, you know, Maduro is being caught, and now they're crying because the one that was oppressing the Venezuelans, right? Making young girls go into prisons to satisfy those men, and else they won't have anything to eat. And if you would oppose him, he'll put you in jail. Now, those guys who are calling Trump a dictator want essentially Maduro to be back in power. Unfreaking believable. Right? You have to see it to believe it, right?
that surrounded Biden, not Biden, I don't think it was Biden. He didn't know what the hell was going on, okay? The election was rigged. He had no idea what happened. He still doesn't. The auto pen. And by the way, you ought to make a big deal out of the auto pen. The auto pen was your president because most of the things were signed by auto pen. And you're not allowed to do that. I signed very little. Now I just sign everything because it's just so crazy. But, you know, like I had the other day, we elevated a general to 4 stars. I think you should sign that. You know, that's a big deal. A general did a great job, was elevated to 4 stars. And I had the general in, and I signed it in front of him, held it up. You know, you got to sign it. You can't give it to an auto pen. And you can always tell an auto pen. One thing, it has 2 little tiny dots. You know that? 2 little dots. You know what that's from? 2 pins. they go bing, bing. They're wonderful things, but you got to sign it. And the law is you have to sign it. If somebody's, telling the AutoPen person, he has to be authorized by the President of the United States. Well, he wasn't. The guy barely knew the President.
Yeah.
How many times did you speak to the President, right? He said 2. And they just spoke about the weather. It was like this. But he was never authorized to sign. And I think it's, 95% of the things were signed by AutoPen. You can tell because the AutoPen is a nice, clean signature, and his signature's a mess. The only thing he signed was, which is nice, was Hunter's pardon. That's the only thing that we can find that he signed. Most of it he didn't sign. So somebody's sending papers to sign, and he wasn't the president. First of all, the election was rigged. You ought to have voter ID.
Okay, guys. So he talked about a dictator, and now he talks about the election was rigged. Now, take one recent dictator in your mind and paste that to the rigged election. See what you get? Maduro, Venezuela, those voting machines, right? You see? He's telling you guys.
You ought to insist on it. You ought to insist on it. Can you imagine? In California, they not only don't have voter ID, but if an official at the voting booths, which they don't have, by the way, because it's all mail, if an official, a voting official, even asks somebody for voter ID, sir, would like to see your identification. Do you come from our country? They put him in jail for tampering with the election. Okay? We got to straighten this out before it gets too crazy. California is more corrupt than any place. California is more corrupt than Minnesota. And I won Minnesota. Well, Tom's going, I think so. Well, it's close. It can't be proportionately, probably nothing's more corrupt, right? We got to win. Yeah, he says you got to win. I'll tell you what, I did great there 3 times. I was surprised 3 times. Those elections are corrupt. They got you 1 time too. But
okay, guys. So, in other words, 2020, 2016, and 2008. And maybe the one in between as well. Interesting.
But I heard a long time ago, but
I
did great there 3 times. I was surprised 3 times. Those elections are corrupt. They got you 1 time too. But I heard a long time ago, but they got you. But
as the drop is talking about Hussein, guys. See that? And China, guys. Who printed those cloned ballots? Right? Interesting, guys.
They got to straighten those out. But we have to have voter ID. And when you confront a Democrat about voter ID.
Oh, wait. So General Kane got the 4-star. Awesome, guys. Isn't that the first time? Isn't that really rare, right? 4-star general. I think that's pretty rare. Granny Batman, we love you. Smartmatic, yes. Yeah. Okay, guys. Oh.
Like in a debate or something. I said it a couple of times with Biden, and they're very embarrassed when they say, we want voter ID, voter identification. The only reason somebody doesn't want that is because they want to cheat. Our elections are crooked as hell.
And again, guys, let me show you this because I just can't help myself. I need to show you. The crumbs that we had a month exactly before it happened. Let me see. Again, when did we make this decode? This was Trump on the 29th, right?
I made the decode on December 3rd. When was Venezuela raided by Trump? What was the date? January 3rd. Absolutely, yes. Trucy. January 3rd. So there it is, right? Exactly 30 days later, guys. As Trump is saying to all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Right? 44 minutes, 21 seconds in between. Do you see what is happening? Then General Flynn, the 3-star general, is coming out at 17:18 and 31 seconds. Yo, Maduro, I think it's time. And then 67 hours later, you can look it up, 17:18 to 13:04 on the 2nd. That's why I made this decode on the 3rd, right? It comes out that Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, rigged the 2008 Iowa Democratic Presidential Caucus on January 3rd. Dude, so this is when he got in, huh? So, dude. So Trump got in Venezuela exactly, let me see, 18 years later? Yeah, exactly 18 years later. According to a whistleblower and a testimony from ex-Smartmatic employees now in federal custody. Well, the 67 is saying, where is Barack Obama, right? Well, that is the election that we're talking about. Trump is talking about human traffickers, as Podesta is being mentioned. The Red Shoe Club, right? And he says the airspace above Venezuela is closed. Now we're talking about a mandatory forced grounding. And that is also what the drop is talking about. It talks about the airports. Huh. Ain't that something? Exactly 18 years later, Trump comes in. Huh. Unbelievable.
That is.
Let me see. Yeah.
So wild.
Yeah. Let me see. I want to know how many days are in between. January 3rd. January 3rd. 2008. Okay. Move. Let me see. This is something that we can work with. So 657. There it is, guys. This is bringing you back to Adam Schiff. As I believe the crumbs over here was also talking about Adam Schiff, guys. You know, there is Trump on the 3rd talking about Venezuela, saying, hey, those guys were captured. As the time, the delta to the next shows you 1203, that talks about Allison Mack from Nexium naming names, big names in Hollywood, government, local, and federal. Proof, Standard Hotel, aka Adam Schiff. Whilst the Mexican border Long Beach Port, so important. Tick Tock LLC, right? See the connection, guys. Treason doesn't pay well in the end. Truth to light. Haiti, Hussein. There he is, guys. Timing in between tweets. There it is, 508. Boom. This is not a game. Trump himself is speaking to us. We are the artistic fuel engine the world needs right now. And I feel honored to be part of this, right? This is perfect. Plausible deniability to the world, yet ultimate confirmation to us. The human traffickers, Haiti, Standard Hotel, big names, Allison Mack, Adam Schiff. Feeling okay today? Okay. Interesting, huh? And there it is, guys. The time in between January 3rd, 2008 and January 3rd, 2026 is bringing you to 6,575. So 575. 575. Okay. The message. Not WikiLeaks. It doesn't technically exist as open source. The GG dump. Huh. Okay. And we got a 1578, yes?
It is also 216 months.
Ooh, look at this. Look for more direct confirmations. It's time. Dude, 1578. It's time. More direct confirmations. How many months?
216.
Okay, keyhole. Happy hunting. 567. 568. Okay, guys. Shall we play a game? The war games, guys. The troops in a live fire drill. How about a nice game of chess? War games. Double meanings. Okay. We know all. Trust. DEFCON 1. Fake incoming missile alert. The airspace to be considered closed in its entirety. There's a little 808 there. Count the spaces. And, oh yeah, so yeah. Epic, guys. So 946. 946. Whew. There it is, guys. Boom, boom, boom. What did we see, guys? Look at the booms, guys, going off. Flood is coming, right? This flood that Q is talking about is the motherlode, the release of damning evidence, emails, videos, audio, pictures, etc. The flood is coming, guys. The burn bags are coming out, right? Only anons can fully appreciate the continued validation and confirmations through covert series of mathematically impossible coincidences in order to maintain structural integrity. Update to show the anons post, guys. The calm before the storm. The storms in the Atlantic are dangerous. Anyone on the path of these storms, get prepared. Our federal government is closely monitoring. We are with you. Huh. The sentence formations and the misspellings. As it all started with 508. The timing in between and the missing and replaced letters. And again, Trump himself is speaking to us, right? Over here. Trump himself is speaking to us. What do we see right here? The 40-second clip where Trump comes out with his response, right? Maduro was like, hey, bitch, right? If you want to get me, do like this, right? Something like that. And then that was his response. And then Trump's response was fire and fury, right? As 40 is signing off with 4:10:20. DJT, Trump. Response forthcoming. Please allow us to counter, right? I like it. I like how these crumbs are just, singing. When you're on something that is true, guys, the deeper you go, the more you will find out that this is true, right? You don't have to be afraid to look because, Okay, guys, let's continue. Yes, Derf, anything else?
Well, when I looked at the date calculator, that's how I got the 216 months.
Yes.
It does say 216 months and 0 days.
Okay.
And it's not much, but there's one word in that 2160 that stood out to me.
Oh, yeah.
Extradition.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Now, it is talking about UK-US extradition treaty of 2003. But that's what happened to Maduro. He got extradited.
Yes, sir.
He got taken away from his country. And I will just mention this right quick because Deflustrated posted a link earlier. And now, I think it was Praying Medic who was showing that now you've got the Colombian president.
Yes.
Who is doing the same thing as Maduro. So, yeah. I was kind of hoping he'd come for Trudeau or Mark Carney.
Well, let them ask first, right?
I guess they have to, ask for it. It's not enough for guys like me and Buck Wayne and Joe Canada to ask.
The will of the people, Trump. They have spoken.
Well, it'll come one day.
Take the trash out, guys. Okay, so awesome stuff, guys. Do you want us to continue?
Yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
guys. Derf, man, we love you. Great crumbs. But let's continue with Donald J. Trump.
And you could not only win elections over that, and not only win future elections, but you'll win every debate because the public is really angry about it.
And again, guys, just to re-emphasize, Venezuela equals rigged elections. A whistleblower from Smartmatic. Okay? So you understand what Trump is saying here.
And you ought to pass the SAFE Act, or whatever you're going to call it. Are we going to SAVE Act or the Save America Act? I think we're going to change the name a little bit. You're going to put that up for a vote? I think everybody in this room certainly should do it. And it's a bad vote for them because they're voting against things like voter ID and other things that are almost equal to voter ID. But when somebody says, no, we don't want voter ID, that means they're crooked. And the public understands it. You win elections with that. But I think it would be really important, Save America Act, if you would put that up for a vote. It's got my total endorsement. And all it is common sense things about the election. And they'll fight it like crazy because they cheat. That's the only way they can win. When you have policy so bad, when you have policy with men and women's sports, and they fight like hell for it. They still are. I saw the other day a person that you know very well, a congressman, was fighting like hell. And, I was out the other day with somebody, and I was with an ex-football player. The guy was massive. His leg was like this. And a young woman who plays flag football, and she's very good, supposedly, as an athlete. She's smaller than this guy's leg, okay? And if they were playing football together, he wouldn't even have to run. He could just keep walking. They couldn't take him down. The guy, he can't even believe it. But there are so many. They had a race, a long-distance race. They had champion men, women, one of those marathon deals. The man finished 5 hours and 14 minutes and 36 seconds sooner.
Okay, guys. 5 hours, 36 minutes. What? Why is the subtitles gone?
He can't even believe it. But there's so many. They had a race. A long distance race. They had champion men, women, one of those marathon deals. The man finished 5 hours and 14 minutes.
5:14 and 36 seconds. So 5 minutes, 13. What? 5 hours, 13. What?
And deals. The man finished 5 hours and 14 minutes and 36 seconds sooner.
Okay. 14 and 36 seconds. The Great Awakening. Oi, oi, oi. The man finishes 5 hours, 14 minutes, and 36 seconds, guys. So we might also want to look at 1436. And then 36. Okay. Okay, dude, there it is. The flood is coming. That will cause the Great Awakening. It's happening.
It's happening.
Now he is referring back to these crumbs, guys. There it is. 4:14 and 14:36. It is minutes and seconds. The flood is coming. And as I'm saying here, the flood is coming is in regards to the damning evidence of emails, videos, audio, and pictures. Think the raw vid 5x5 of Hillary Clinton, the nail in many coffins, impossible to defend and toxic to those connected. Because the FBI and military intelligence have an open investigation into the Clinton Foundation. Right? Why did Comey drop this? Because indicting Hillary would lead to Obama, which could never happen then. But now the people are ready. Now the people are angry. Now they understand elections are stolen. And why do they know this? Because 2020 was a major wake-up call. And everybody thought Trump was going to put out the sauce, but he waited to have maximum impact. One time, and that's it. But a good lesson, so we will never, ever forget. And vote Trump back in. Do whatever you need to do, sir, to get it, right? Because this never again. Look at this, guys. 1436. Boom. The Great Awakening. Absolutely. Military intelligence. Who had an open investigation into the Clinton Foundation? Those guys. How many military intelligence generals have been in and out the past 30 days? Focus on Flynn. Background and potential role. That's going to be interesting, guys. What that is going to be. Or maybe he's already doing it, right? Why did Soros transfer a bulk of his public funds into a non-profit organization? Who are the bad actors? Who owns a lot to very bad actors? Hillary Clinton. What cash payment occurred by Barack Obama the last 90 days of his presidency to foreign states or organizations? What slush fund did AG Sessions through DOJ put an end to? How does Soros, Obama, Clinton, Holder, and Lynch all have millions, many millions of dollars? You know, what was negotiated on the tarmac between Bill Clinton and Lynch? They said they were talking about playing golf. Well, you're not Donald Trump, buddy, right? You're not talking about golf and the grandchildren, right? You were talking about the Supreme Court seat, right? Remember, Hillary Clinton was expected to win during this time. They never thought she would lose. What if the Wisdom Warlocks tipped off a local reporter as the supposed scheduled stop? They knew all along, ahead of the game. Now they put some kind of reporter that took pictures of them. So now the media is saying, hey, Bill Clinton met with Lynch. Now they're in the hot seat. Right? What if the NSA, under personal direction of Admiral Rogers, had his meeting locked under a false identity to prevent bad actors from locating, while also verifying to say prayers, all was clear, no logs. What really happened when the Wisdom Warlocks revealed what they had was Comey forced into the spotlight shortly thereafter, not by choice. Absolutely. Right before the election, no doubt, which would cause suspicion. These crumbs, and you cannot imagine the full and complete picture. If Trump failed, guys, if we failed, and Hillary assumed control, we as Pacers were prepared to do the unthinkable. Dig deeper. There is simply no other way to use the military. It's that corrupt and dirty. Please be safe and pray for those in harm's way as they continually protect and serve a great country. Interesting, guys. This is how it is going to happen. The flood is coming. The motherload release of damning evidence, emails, videos, audio, and pictures will be revealed. This will cause the Great Awakening, and then the military can act. Because this is what they wanted to do initially, while Obama came in, as Venezuela rigged an election for him. But that will cause a lot of panic. And innocent people will be, unnecessarily hurt. Let's let this one go and then get Trump in, inform the public, let them steal an election, let them learn. And now while Trump is back, exactly 18 years later, now get Maduro, right? That will bring you all the way back to Obama, right? And human trafficking and all that other stuff. As Trump is just talking about drugs, right? He's shipping, weapons of mass destruction, fentanyl, into our country. Yes, Derf.
A couple interesting things. If we go back to that drop 514, right there. Look at the date. That's coming up in 2 days.
Okay, dude.
Which is also Angel Magic's birthday.
Boom.
And what I thought was interesting too is, 5 hours, 14 minutes, 36 seconds. 5 hours and 14 minutes. It was Parco who was mentioning that 5 hours, 14 minutes is also 314 minutes.
Okay. Nice. The timestamps.
That's the one.
Yes.
Be the artist we know you are.
Boom. Well done.
The break.
It's about to break, guys.
Nice one, Parco.
Parco, we love you. And John MC, we love you, sister. Thank you all so much for joining us. Let's continue this because it's important to stop at these things while Trump is mentioning these numbers, right? And when you go back to what they said before and what their gap codes, timing in between, were revealing, now we understand how it all fits together. Now we know what Trump is talking about. They are calling me a dictator. He puts the word dictator out there. Then he starts talking about rigging elections, right? There is a method to how he's doing this. Everything has been crafted, carefully crafted before release. Trump
admiration, man. Absolute. We love you.
Beat the champion woman by 5 hours. It's so demeaning to women. It's so ridiculous, right? It's so ridiculous. The weightlifting. Take a look at the weightlifting records.
Bing, bing.
One record stood for 18 years, and it was broken by 100.
Boom. He's saying it, guys. The 18 years are January 13 through 2008 to January 3rd, 2008, and January 3rd, 26. Boom. And he's talking about weightlifting, huh?
Stood for 18 years.
Boom.
And it was broken by 112 pounds.
112, guys. 18 years, 112 pounds. Well, you can divide that by 2, right? Because 2 pounds is 1 kilo. Roughly. In our weight stuff here in Europe, that's the case. But your pounds are different. Your pound is more than half of a kilo. But we have, for us, a pound is 500, and a kilo is 1,000. But again, I think the American pounds are heavier. What? 2.2? What? What is the 2.2?
I think Ted Phillips is saying 2.2 pounds
is a kilo
instead of just 2 per kilo. Yeah.
Okay, so it's lighter than half a kilo. Okay, so 2.2 pounds is 1 kilo.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for confirming.
An LBS, like a pound is an LBS. Why isn't a pound just 500 gram, right? 1 gram, 500 is half a kilo or 2 pounds. Okay, guys, wait a minute. So wait a minute. Isn't a like a minute? How many pounds are in a kilo? 1 second. Isn't it? Or it can be 250 grams. Again, Miss Penny, help me out here, because I don't go to the butcher that much. It can also be like a pound is 250 grams, and then 2 pounds is half a kilo, and then 4 pounds is, is a kilo. Now, I think a pound is half a kilo. I'm not sure. Again, but what we're looking at.
1 pound is 453.5 grams.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. So it's half a kilo, right? In Europe, a pound is half a kilo. That's what I thought, but then I started doubting. Okay. So 112, right? So that is 67. 67 kilos. Dude, mother. Wait a minute, guys. Dude. Do you follow what I'm saying? No, that can't be right.
Yeah.
112 isn't 67, right? No.
You mean 112 divided by 2?
Yeah.
No. It's 56.
Yes, 56. Okay, and there's the Clinton guys, the campaign. This is the rigging of the election, guys. He's talking about rigging elections. Then he talks about 112 pounds or 56 kilos. And that brings you to Clinton. The Muslim Brotherhood. The campaign guys.
Okay. And again, what if we do divided by 2.2? So 112 divided by 2.2. That's 5090. 112. Okay. And again, this is talking about the elections on Tuesday no longer matter at this stage. See how it keeps talking about elections. One second, guys. Interesting. So we got elections. We got the Clinton campaign. We got Be the Artist We Know You Are. It's about to break. We got the Great Awakening and the flood is coming. It's happening. Booms and route, guys. Blind 5x5. Green. This is the attack on the Rothschilds, aka Clinton. See how this is painting a picture? It's all about the elections, guys. Above will have context as news unfolds. Summarize and paint the picture. Critical. Stay alert in main US cities. DC. It has been safeguarded for these transmissions, but not 100% secure. Who owns the poll? Important to archive. This is November 5th. Isn't this also election day? Right? Isn't this is election day, right? November 5th.
Or is it?
I don't know. Right? Serious MC. Yes. November 5th. This is election day. And again, they were saying the elections don't matter, right? Because Pacers are in control now, right? It doesn't even matter. But again, you got to go out and vote to show everybody that this is the will of the people and that they stole your elections. But the plan was already set. They knew that they were going to steal the 2020 election. And they knew they were going to let them temporarily get away with it. Hence, they took control over key elements so that when that happens and Trump moves to Mar-a-Lago, he brought that declassified bunch of documents with him, right? Okay. Now you have no choice, guys, to come here, kick in the door, authorize your guys to, how do you say that again? To have the authority to kill, right? To use deadly force and set the precedent. Because I gladly take all these slings and arrows, right? Use it against me. Because now the precedent has been set. That when we start looking on the other side where the real crimes were committed, and we're going to release the flood. He talked about the guy that just died, right? Talk about release the water, right? You got to understand the context of this whole thing. And what just happened with Maduro, that dictator, as he is talking about rigged elections, right?
They couldn't get 1/8 of an ounce,
Yes, 1/8.
Just to confirm, I looked up 2016, 2020, and 2024. So in 2016, it was November 8th. In 2020, it was November 3rd, 11.3.
Okay.
And 2024, it was November 5th, like you pointed out.
Oh, wait. So say it again. So, okay. So 11.3, huh? Was the 2020 election. Motherfucker. That makes a shit ton of sense, dude. Right? As the 11.3 was regarding the cloning ballots, guys. Dude, Derf, if you would make a tweet about this, like, I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to put this out there, guys. Like, dude, do you understand that 11.3 was the steal of the election? Actually, when the election happened. Oh, my God. Right? And then Q was saying, indeed, this is that election. There it is. Yes, Kevin Kleinsmith, KC, yes. 11, KC3, placeholders, yes. You know, the war manual, yes. But there it is. Just before the election happened, guys, on June 25th, Q was seeing T. Dwang post this on on the Twitters, right? On the Twizzles. And this anon was saying, Q-proof, especially China. Are they going to print millions of ballots to extract to exact same paper using the exact same machines? You know, there it is. The foreign and domestic election was not rigged. Right? There it is. What happens if China successfully duplicates, clones, select ballots in battleground states? What happens if coordination exists with select states to deliver printing and paper ballots receipts to select foreign adversaries like China? Nothing to lose. Logical thinking. Was this about the virus or the election? Manipulate the polls, that is, aka you're legitimizing rigged election results. Because if everybody thinks Biden has a good chance to run against POTUS, well, you know, if he then wins, it's like, okay, that was to be expected. That we're going head to head, right? The media can say, well, this happened and this is what caused Trump. Just that slight little bump in things. And people would, you know, who don't know that, they think, okay, we can see this in the polls. This is reflected, you know? So when you see this manipulation happening, you know they're going to try to steal it. The election, okay. So, right? So
yes.
Q is seeing this, what? And then reacting like this, right? Sorry?
I'm sorry, go on.
This Q is responding to this anno saying, good catch. Coincidence? Important that people understand for future events. Assumption or intel based. They knew all along. They were watching them through the satellites. All assets, foreign and domestic, deployed. Domestic deployment of assets plus foreign China equals 11.3. And on 11.3, indeed, the elections were stolen. Proofs begin 11.3. After, you know, after stealing the election on November 3rd, the proofs were coming out. People could see for themselves, right? Because Trump was telling you, but sometimes you got to show him. Seeing is believing. Going through 4 years of that horror show, right? Mumbling, CGI, Biden growing 3 inches and stuff like that. Walking into walls, reading teleprompters, making mistakes, eating ice cream, sleeping on the beach, right?
You needed to see that for you to understand that the deep state doesn't give a flying F who is sitting there. A woman, a black guy, a purple guy, they don't care at all. As long as they it's the autopin. You want to be a meat, do you want to be the embodiment of an autopin? Go ahead. Sit there. Even if your mind is gone, they're going to sign executive orders. That's it. You are a signature. And it's going to be on your name. You're going down in history as the person that did all these things. If they're going to arrest someone, it's going to be you, not us. Try to prove it, right? Dude is crazy. Conspiracy. Biden was set up to do this. What? Deep state doesn't exist, dude. What deep state, right? Why don't the intel agency stop this, right? Because stealing an election of a world nation, right? Don't you think the intel agencies are there to protect for that to ever happen? Right? Of course. So the person making that claim, he's going down. He tries to point the finger, but nobody will believe him. We need a Trump, guys, to go through all of this. But in the beginning, right? 2018, 11.3 is when Huber made the sealed indictments. Exactly. But again, at the end, Q was coming out saying, hey, double meanings exist. This is going to be your 11.3. The proofs begin on the 11.3 because now you can prove that they actually stole it. You saw the people, all the MAGA hats, right? And don't ever think one of those guys voted for Biden, right? What's wrong with these machines? I'm pressing this button, Trump, and it goes to damn Biden. People were filming it. What the hell is wrong with this machine, right? They were doing some kind of fractional voting, right? Where you voted for Trump and then, 53% or went to, 43% went to Trump and 75% went to Biden, right? What? And then you had a show up of 140% in some kind of state, right? More people voting that they were eligible to vote. Come on now. Right? Come on. But again, this is the proof that needed to happen. How deep the corruption goes. And more proof will come out there, guys. Because Maduro is just the start, guys. It's the beginning of the end. Let me tell you. Okay, guys, let's... Derf, anything?
Yeah, one more thing. Bastia pointed out that this year, 2026, there's midterm elections.
11.6?
Take a wild... no, 2026, but take a wild guess what date it's going to be.
I'm pouring some water, guys.
11.3. The midterms.
Okay. Well, okay. What if they're going to try to steal it and Trump is going to go against it, right? What if Trump now is doing all the things that we wanted him to do then? Man, I hope it's going to be just, winning the election, to save, the headache, of all, tweeting about it, right? And proving and all these shills, right? I'm kind of fed up with all, to prove the thing that is so, so easy to see, right? But again, maybe it's necessary, guys. Who knows? Who knows? And we'll be ready, right? We'll be ready. 11.3 is going to come up again. So this was Buck Wayne?
No, that was Bastiat.
Bastiat. Great stuff, guys. Look at this. If Trump cuts off the mail-in ballots, there it is, guys. 11.3 will be huge. Absolutely. Oh, that's what you're saying. So the mail-in ballots might be going, and then it's going to be. And again, there's a big influence of people trying to somehow make it look like that this whole administration is such a failure. I was looking at some videos of guys making gun YouTube things. And the guy was actually saying, yeah, Trump is saying the border is closed and it's not true. And I'm like, what? Like, how can a person still say this? That the border is not closed. And there are still people coming in. Trump is proving that there is 0% coming through. But again, I'm just saying that people are actually trying to make people believe that this administration is a failure. And I just could not believe my ears when I heard a person speak like that. Like, and this wasn't a video from a few months ago. It was pretty recent. Okay, guys. 11.3 solves everything. And again, Bastiat, I really like this 11.3 thing, huh? That proofs, like drop 25 was saying, proofs begin 11.3. Look at this, 11.3, not 25. Sorry. Drop 25. Proofs begin 11.3. Big picture stuff. Everything stated. Proofs begin 11.3. The flow of information is vital. Interesting, huh? How it ends, guys. Ooh, this is 2 days before 11.3.26. So that is 9 years later, guys. Hmm. 9 years later. So yeah, you know, if you think about the 10 days of darkness, just like it's going to be biblical, right? The Jews were told by God to walk the desert towards the promised land for 40 days. But because they, you know, when Moses went up the mountain and got the 10 commandments, they started melting gold and worshiping the golden calf, right? And God said, you know what? A day for a year, right? You got to walk 40 years now, right? And none of this generation who did this will see the promised land. And eventually, because Moses lost his temper, because after 40 years, almost being in the promised land, guys, right? Almost there, guys. The Jews were, you know, bitching again, right? Saying, yeah, Moses, right? We want water and we want this and we want that. 40 years in the desert. And he said, you know what? Me and Aaron, we're going to get you water, right? Out of this rock. Pep, pep, pep. You know, we brought you here. We guided you through. We got you this water, right? And it was understandable, right? But God said, no, you won't go in. Because you didn't give the order to me, right? You made him go up the hill. He could see it, but he could never enter. Lessons, guys. Really important. Let me shut up, guys. Let me go into Donald J. Trump. We love you.
Speaker that put an eighth of an ounce.
Okay, that's Buck Wayne. Look at that. Proofs of citizenship on November 3rd. That's a good one. Buck Wayne, everybody. Right? Proving your citizenship begins 11.3. We love you, man. Okay, let's get good stuff. We might want to look in the gap, maybe, right? November 1st or 3rd. So 11/01/17 through 11/03/2026.
how many days, how many months, how many, right? To see if there's something there. If this is made to point at the election on November 3rd, 26. And again, the missing 9, right? The missing eye. Right? Interesting. The 9 years. And the complete 10 years that gets completed in 26. Because Trump won in 16. This is when the darkness really started to happen. They really tried to cast shade over Trump, right? And then in 26, right, this is where everything is getting exposed. Maybe, guys, maybe that's it.
Son, then she's going to break the record for her mom who's sitting in the front with her father. I'm going to break it, Dad. And she's out there. We're adding 1/8 of an ounce to each side. This record has stood, ladies and gentlemen, for 18 years. But she's going to do it.
Again, guys, this stood for 18 years. Obama rigging the election. That stood firm for 18 years. And now it lost. Because somebody beat it with 112 pounds? Or 56 kilos? Right?
She's looking to get into the Olympics, right? And she gets up and they put a little tiny thing like this, little tiny. And my wife, by the way, my wife hates when I do this. She said, you know, she's a very classy person, right? She said, it's so unpresidential. I said, but I did become president. You know, somebody,
Rick for
she
silence.
hates when I dance.
Melania wants him to shut up, right? At 10:38. Rick for silent. Q+. Interesting. Bing, bing, right? That's what he's doing.
I said, everybody wants me to dance. Darling, it's not presidential. She actually said, could you imagine FDR dancing? She said that to me. And I said, there's a long history that perhaps she doesn't know. Because he was an elegant fellow, even as a Democrat.
What?
Right? He was the attack by Japan, you know, he was quite elegant. But he wouldn't be doing this. But nor would too many others. But she says, darling, please, the weightlifting is terrible. And I have to say this, the dancing they really like. She said, they don't like it, they're just being nice to you. I said, that's not right. The place goes crazy. They're screaming, dance, please.
Mm-hmm.
But the weightlifting, but no, the girl gets up. And you see,
Yeah.
I want to be more, but I have somebody watching.
We love you,
I
Trump.
want to be more effusive.
Yes, Rick for silent, right? I want to do more, but I can't.
I want to really, yeah. But she gets it, and drops
God bless
the pen,
Trump.
walks off the stage crying. Her mother's crying, her father's crying. Guy gets up. He said, have you lifted before, little boy?
Here we go, guys.
And he walks up, bing. He could have gone ding, 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 ding. I think it was 112 pounds, huh? It's crazy. Or the beautiful boxer, they have boxing now, and that they have a young gentleman who transitioned. He was a very good boxer, but he wanted to be a woman, which is, you know, to each his own. Because I want to be very liberal when it comes to these subjects. I'm trying to get that vote. It's not an easy vote to get. It's very tough for me to get it. But he
The crowd loves him.
And he transitioned. And the girl was a champion boxer from Italy, remember? She got up, first round. He hit her, boom, with a left. A left, for those, everybody here knows about. But a left, Lisa knows better than anybody. But a left is defense. He goes, boom. She's like, oh my. She walked to the corner, remember? She didn't go down, but she did everything else. But she said, I've never been hit like that before. I don't want to go out again. You can do it. You can do it. Bang. She walked off. She said, he happened to win the gold medal, that young woman. He won the gold medal. There were two transition people. They both won gold medals. The whole thing is ridiculous. You have policy on your side. They don't have policy on your side. Right? You have policy. And I saw this guy fighting like hell. The swimming records is ridiculous when you look at the swimming, any records. It's crazy. And it's so demeaning to women. Women are the, and for a long time, they refused to talk about it. They were embarrassed to talk about it. Now they do talk about it. They talk about it openly. But they have the worst policy on everything, open borders. We want open borders. They still want an open border. We did the greatest job ever on borders. And I think they forgot it. My guy said to me today, I have a great guy, Ross. He's the greatest speechwriter. He said, sir, let's not mention the border. Nobody cares about the border anymore. Can you believe it? This was the biggest, this was the biggest thing there was. Says to me, nobody cares about the border because it has a shelf life. I fixed the border. I fixed it in my first term, but now I really had to fix it. It was much worse, when I came into office. Millions and millions of people were pouring into our country. And I fixed it. And my guy, who's incredible, says, people don't want to hear it, sir. You've done that. The problem is people forget that I did it. They totally forget. They were talking about the other day, we don't like Donald Trump on this. We don't like Donald Trump on that. And somebody just out of the blue said, well, he did an unbelievable job. Who cares about that? They're saying, that's been done. What do we do about that, Mike? Everything you do. It's almost like, what have you done lately is the way you have to run your life. In other words, I could have the most unbelievable 4 years, and I guess I'm not allowed to run. I'm not sure. Is there a little something out there that I'm not allowed to run? But let's assume I was allowed to run. I could have, there's going to be a constitutional movement. No, I could have the most unbelievable 4 years. Everything was great, but in the last week, I made a little slip up in something, and you lose the election. It's like, so we can't let them forget that we did such a great job on the border. By the way, Venezuela, everyone, they're marching in the streets. They love it, except in New York. I mean, where they find these people? These people, and they're not these people are a mess.
And wasn't that car driving with the doors open in New York? Right? Maduro was in a car when he came to New York and the doors were open. Have you seen that? Can somebody find me that clip?
I know it's not nice to say that. These people are a mess. Where did they find these people? They're the worst looking people I've ever seen. They got hats that are all frayed.
Nikki, we love you.
They look like they're all paid. They don't even know what they're talking. When the reporters don't interview them because they know that it's, the press is so anti. It's hard to believe the press can be so anti because it's all common sense. It's not we're conservative, whatever. Doesn't matter. We're all common sense people. It's not even conservative. It's common sense. But the press has no credibility whatsoever. Think of it. I got 97% bad stories on one network, 93% on the other, and I won in a landslide. You know what that means? The press has no credibility. That's all it means. And we got to keep it that way. So I don't talk too much about the swimming, the weightlifting, the boxing. I don't talk about it. You know why? I want to start bringing it up about a week before the election because I don't want them to correct themselves. I don't want them to say, we've decided that we don't want to have men playing in women's sports. That'd be a devastating blow for us. Because that's, they say it's an 80-20. No. It's about a 98-2 issue. We've decided that we will not have open borders where the entire world, from the Congo, prisoners from the Congo, these are extraordinarily tough people. These are people that make our motorcycle gangs look like fine young men. Okay? Our motorcycle gangs are wonderful people by comparison.
Yeah, sorry.
No, they come in.
Yeah, I'm looking for it on my phone. I got it, but I don't know if it's real.
Well, I found a short. I don't know if it's real either.
Okay, this one. Huh? Oh, this is YouTube. Okay.
Back.
But again, so this also can be for the military guys, right? So they can get out as quick as possible, right? And then Maduro is in one of those other cars.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Because I saw this one. This is just one that I saw. Let me just post it in the chat. Got to verify as human. 1 second, guys. I'm not going to repost this. There it is. And just wait a minute. Okay, send. There it is. Okay, so there is Twitter. This is what I saw. So this is what I saw last night, right? And I thought, okay, so this is where he's in. Now, looking at this video, but dude, isn't that a guy with a black thing in it? Doesn't this guy have like a black... See that? It's almost like, look at this dude. See that? This dude. Is this Maduro?
Good job.
Shit, dude. What the fuck? See that? That's weird, huh? He's not in this car. Maybe he is. Why isn't he in this car? There's a guy with a black bag over his head. Isn't there? Like brown clothes? This dude? Or is this a dude just like him? Just with a scarf over his face. But it looks like his hands are kind of... But that would be really odd, right? To have a prisoner that can just stand up and if he's really lucky, jump out of a car and run away, right? Of course, he will not get far. I don't know. Why is everybody taking pictures then? And immediately, why? Maybe he farted. Right? Maduro, you know? Maybe one of those cyanide pills didn't work, and you know the side effects is farting like a pig. Yeah. Make sure, guys, your cyanide pills are always in, not overtime, guys. Joking. Guys, open up a door, right? Oh my God, that's funny, huh? And again, what you were showing me is now it's, daylight. Or maybe this is in the morning, right? Like at midnight, and this is just when the sun started rising. Because he was arrested on the 3rd. This is the 5th. And I would, again, why would he be in this car? But this is what I would expect. And the doors are open on this car because the military, if something happens, need to get out as quickly as possible. Instead of just losing 2 seconds, right? Because of opening a door. Again, I don't know. He has to be in one of those cars, right? So I would say that he is probably in this car, right? This is what I would think. And then he has all these other helpers behind him. And then this is the military that can straight up go into it. So these are bomb people, right? With these big helmets, right?
But why would they be ready to jump out?
Yes. I think that's, like next level precaution, right? Drive around with the car's doors open, right? So when somebody does something, you're out there pointing and just, taking care of the whatever threat.
They're lining up.
But this one, guys, this one, you can see a guy sitting there with some kind of thing over his head. And everybody's going after this one. Could this be him? He's sitting with his arms like that, right? Like he's wearing cuffs. I don't know, man. What do you guys think? Yeah.
Good job, good job.
Well, really weird, right? Okay, let's continue with Trump, guys.
From prisons in the Congo, they come in from prisons from all over the world, but in particular Venezuela. Tren de Aragua.
Boom.
Tren de Aragua comes in, and Tren de Aragua.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you want to say something when we stopped?
No. I mean, a couple of people in the chat were saying, like Real News Head was saying, that it could be a decoy. Fembots for Hillary as well.
Okay.
Could be.
So, okay. On the clock, Ned Sloat, Hussein holding an AK-47 in tribal attire. But yeah, I think maybe it's just a military bus with the military peeps just ready to go when they need. But then that means, the one, I clicked it away, that there was just the army truck, right? The heavily panzered one. And then he has to be in that one. It's either that one or the white one. Right?
Yeah.
And why isn't there a different car before the army car, right? Because the other car must push all of these other cars away. Like there is no other car before this one. What a circus, man. So there is the army car and there is this car.
Good job, good job.
Unbelievable, guys.
Total spectacle.
Yeah, well, grand entry, guys.
They say it's the worst gang in the world. It makes our gangs look like little sweethearts. It makes our gangs, you want to take them out to dinner, they're so nice. They cut off the fingers of people. One guy makes a phone call in Colorado. The governor stinks in Colorado. He's no control. So Tren de Aragua, they don't want to do anything about it. So ICE has to go in and take them out because the governor doesn't want to do anything. But they make a phone call. They've taken over my building. The landlord's calling. They took over his building. So the governor doesn't want to do anything. But he calls the police, the guy. They come in. Did you call the police? This is Tren de Aragua. We're talking to the man that owns the building. Did you call the police? Yeah. Boom, they cut off his fingers. If you call him again, the next time your hand comes off. Can you believe it? The guy's walking around, his fingers were cut off. And these are the animals that we're throwing the hell out of here. Washington, D.C. is now the safest city in the country.
Yo, Al Mixon, we love you, sis. Great to see you.
And you people know that better than anybody because you were, I mean, think of it. You're in Congress, you're respected people, you're afraid to walk outside. Washington, D.C. Now, we had a terror attack 4 weeks ago, and one person's looking down from heaven, and the other one is actually recuperating and going to make it, I think, but really badly hurt. Really badly hurt. Most positive mother I've ever. No, my son's going to be fine, sir. The mother was telling me that the night of the attack, I went just like I went to you. I just
look at this,
spoke
guys.
to this incredible woman. Sir, everyone's praying for my son.
Look at this. So the timestamp is pointed to Obama opening fire on the American flag, right? Spraying. The most important point is who Hussein is aiming the gun at. The red, white, and blue. Spray. Dude. Right? As he's talking about the attack in D.C. on one of those National Guard members. The one, did he survive? I guess so, right? The girl died. Beautiful girl, by the way. And just to think, you know, your daughter is going into the National Guard and, you know,
the doctors thought she was, you know, just hoping against hope. There was no chance. And 2 weeks ago, he got up and started walking around. It's amazing, actually. So maybe
I'll be back in a second.
Some really bad. It looks like he could be okay. He's going to have pretty bad after effects. But that was a terrorist attack on people that are doing a great job. And it could have been anywhere. But we haven't had a murder. You know, we would have, on average, 2 murders a week in Washington. I don't even like talking about it. Two murders a week in Washington, D.C. We haven't had one in 7 months. People can walk out now. You can walk down with your wife down to the restaurants, which are booming, by the way. I mean, if you go back to before I got in, and we did a pretty good job 4 years ago, but there was never this, you know, in my first term. So when we were during the first term, we were pretty good, but, you know, it wasn't like that big of an issue. It became a big issue because people were being mugged all over the place. We had a couple of people working in the White House that were killed. We had one guy waiting for his wife in a car. They said, "Get out of your car." He said, "Well, I'm waiting for my wife." They blew his head off. The wife is walking up to the car. Animals. And then they get angry when I say, "They're animals." Nancy Pelosi, "They're not animals, they're human beings." No, they're not.
Bring them to heel.
Thing. That's a 98-2 issue also. No, they're animals. And
did I miss anything, guys?
We've took out over 2,000 people, brought them back to their countries from where they came, or they're in prison now in Washington. Because it's not just like you have to take the bad ones out. 2%.
Again, 3%. I can't move the subtitles. Did you see that? Maybe I have to refresh this and go back to 1049. 1 second, guys.
Surprise 3% on the angry when I say they're animals. Couldn't find me. Angry when I say you know, I'm the only 7 months. People can walk out now. You can walk down with your wife down to the restaurants, which are booming, by the way. I mean, if you go back to before I got in, and we did a pretty good job 4 years ago, but it was never this, you know, in my first term. So when we were during the first term, we were pretty good, but, you know, it wasn't like that big of an issue. It became a big issue because people were being mugged all over the place. We had a couple of people working in the White House that were killed. We had one guy waiting for his wife in a car. They said, "Get out of your car." He said, "Well, I'm waiting for my wife." They blew his head off. The wife is walking up to the car. Animals. And then they get angry when I say, they're animals. Nancy Pelosi, they're not animals, they're human beings. No, they're not. This is another thing. That's a 98-2 issue also. No, they're animals, and we've taken them out. We've took out over 2,000 people, brought them back to their countries from where they came, or they're in prison now in Washington. Because it's not just like you have to take the bad ones out. 2%, 3% of the population causes 90% of the crime. Think of it. 2% of the population in Washington, D.C. causes 90% of the crime. So when you get rid of the 2%, we took out over 2,000 people, got them out of the country or in prison. Some were so bad that we didn't want to send them back to their countries because they'll come back in, even though it's hard now, but, you know, they're pretty smart. They're sick, but they're smart. But you're now living in one of the safest cities in the country. It's a great thing. You can walk to the restaurants. Restaurants are booming. New restaurants are open. They were all closing. You wouldn't have had a restaurant. And I don't know about you, but to me, those soldiers standing there look so good. I'm not going to feel safe walking down the street without them. I don't think you would either. Even though, you know, we took out so many criminals, I just feel better. To me, they're beautiful. I look at these soldiers. And you feel safe. You feel safe. I don't think if we took them out, even if the crime wasn't much, it would definitely be more. We did a great job in Chicago. They don't want to talk about it. We, you know, against all this slob of a governor, this stupid slob, who's the family threw him out of the business. He was a dope, and the Pritzker family. But they threw him out of the business. And the mayor, he's a low IQ person, extremely low IQ. We should give everybody, like, these competency tests, right? The cognitive, they call it cognitive.
And there it is, guys.
You know, I'm the only...
There is that symbolic hug, right? The anon that was saying, "Hey, Q, thank you for making my terrible day a little bit better." Going through the same attacks as Trump and the Q team. Only, of course, not to the measure that they were going through it. But again, sympathizing with them and saying, do you think that POTUS could give us a confirmation? Kind of like a symbolic hug, right? So interesting. Let's see what Trump is saying here.
Only president, but more. To me, those soldiers standing there look so good. I'm not going to feel safe walking down the street without them. I don't think you would either. Even though, you know, we took out so many criminals, I just feel better. To me, they're beautiful. I look at these soldiers, and you feel safe. You feel safe. I don't think if we took them out, even if the crime wasn't much, it would definitely be more. We did a great job in Chicago. They don't want to talk about it.
So then he talks about Chicago, right? The crown jewel. Remember, Derf? Interesting.
But we, you know,
it's 1050, right? A symbolic hug.
Against all this slob of a governor, this stupid slob, who's the family threw him out of the business. He was a dope, and the Pritzker family. But they threw him out of the business. And the mayor, he's a low IQ person, extremely low IQ. We should give everybody, like, these competency tests, right? The cognitive, they call it cognitive. You know, I'm the only president that went for cognitives. I think every president and vice president should be forced to take cognitive exams, mental tests, like, are they intelligent? Wouldn't it be nice? Do you think Waltz could pass a cognitive test, as an example? Do you think Kamala could? I don't think Gavin could. He's got a good line of crap, but other than that, he couldn't pass.
Wow.
I mean, here's a guy didn't want to have water coming down from the Pacific Northwest. Why? You know, they have a little tiny fish, this big, it's a little tiny fish, not doing well. You know why? No water. They're sending water. It's too much. It's killing the fish, so they cut it off. And then they have 25,000 houses burned down. They don't know why. No, I think, I believe in it. I'm the only one that took a cognitive test.
And again, guys, he talks about Newsom. He talks about that little fish. And he talks about 25, right? And 25 brings you back to 11.3, stealing of elections. And we all know how voter ID was handled in California, right? See that? See that? So Trump is doing it again.
I do, it's the worst. If I don't do a medical exam, because I've had times where I went longer, because I'm busy. If I don't do a medical exam, they say, Trump's not doing an exam. There must be something wrong with him. If I do the exam, they say, why did he do this? Why did he do this part of an exam? He did too much. There's something wrong with him. Do you remember there was a period, Mike, where I had 32 days in a row I did one press conference, 2, 3, sometimes 4. I do them behind the desk. I don't even just do it.
Okay, guys, here we go. What's going on, Derf? Let me see.
There's something wrong with him. Do you remember there was a period, Mike, where I had 32 days in a row I did one press conference, 2, 3, sometimes 4. I do them behind the desk. I don't even just do it. I do press conferences, but I do many press conferences. So in 32 days, and then one day, just one.
Okay, guys. So let's see. 32, 1, 2, 3, 4, 32. Okay, so what is 32? Control X. There it is. Maybe one day, but it cannot go slow. The initial wave will be fast and meaningful, sending a signal to others, and you'll see the tide turn. We're talking water, right? What did he just talk about regarding Newsom? Right? The water. How did this thing start? With a man, a patriot dying, and what is he famous for? For calling out, release the water. Not even the MSN can hide. Rest assured that some will be jailed as deep cover agents. So when you're not smart, you are slow, right? So high IQ versus somebody that is slow. Interesting. So 32-1, dude.
There's a 3-2-1. Yeah.
Yes. Boom. 32-1, 137. Okay. After this, 10-50, right? Symbolic hug. So 32-1, and then he's saying 2, 3, 4. Let me see.
2 days in a row I did one press conference. Too much. There's something wrong with him. Do you remember there was a period, Mike, where I had 32 days in a row I did one press conference, 2, 3, sometimes 4. I do them behind the desk. I don't even.
Okay, so wait a minute. So he's saying 32, then he's saying 1, then he's saying 2, 3, and then he's saying or sometimes 4, right?
Sometimes 4. Yeah.
Okay.
Just do it. Press conference, 2, 3, sometimes 4. I do them behind the desk. Just do it. I do press conferences. But I do many press conferences. So in 32 days, and then one day, just one day. This is 32 days in a row. Must be some kind of a crazy record. Then one day, do you remember I didn't do one? Because I took Kai, my very brilliant golfer.
Okay, guys. So, shall we add them all up?
Yeah, why not?
Too much. There's something wrong with them. Do you remember there was a period, Mike, where I had 32 days in a row. I did one press conference, 2, 3, sometimes 4. I do them behind the desk. Just do it. I do press conferences. But I do many press conferences. So in 32 days, and then one day, just one day. This is 32 days in a row. Must be some kind of a crazy record. Then one day, do you remember I didn't do one? Because I took Kai, my very brilliant golfer, beautiful young lady who swings the club so beautifully. She's a great scratch golfer and loves playing. Grandpa, would you take me to play golf? So I ran, I play golf in like record. I play speed golf. Oh, it's better that way. You know the expression? Miss it quick.
And again, I've seen this broadcast with his, it's a really nice one to watch. There's no timestamps, but he's listing some really nice numbers, by the way, in that, I don't want to call it a documentary, but that YouTube thing. Okay, let's see. So 32-1, 23-4, 32-1-1, 32-1-1. So what is drop 4 talking about? Yes?
Well, I think that totals 112.
Again? 112 again, huh? See that, guys?
Or...
So 32-1, 23 or 2-3, and storms sometimes 4, 32 times, one time, 32-1-1. So that is 112 again.
Jesus, sorry, I keep getting different numbers. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here.
Let me see. So 32 plus, 32 plus 2 plus 1, sorry.
Okay, this time I get 110.
One second. Plus 1, plus 1, plus 32. Plus 1, plus 1. I got 128. I got, so I got 32 plus 1 plus 23, right? 2 and 3, plus 4, plus 32, plus 1, plus 1, plus 32, plus 1, plus 1.
Okay. I was adding the 2 and the 3 separate.
Dude, that is bringing you to 128, dude.
But
so
I kind of like that 128.
So 32, again, I can send it on Twitter. Just gonna post it on Twitter.
Yeah, if you take the 2 and the 3,
yes,
you make that 23. That does add up to 128.
Let me send it to you on DM, or I'm just gonna post it on Twitter. I don't care. I'm gonna delete it. So boom, there it is. That one. Everybody's gonna like, Grass is putting out comps, right? Okay, there it is. You can see for yourself. Okay, boom. There it is, right?
23. Okay, let me show you like this. So 23 or 32 plus 1, right? 1 plus 23 plus 4 plus 32 plus 1 plus 1 plus 32 plus 1 plus 1. Right? Okay, I sometimes I drag some things, but there it is. Right? There it is. 128. 128, guys, is that drop that we love. How you decode. What is a map? Why is a map useful? What is a legend? Why is a legend useful? What is a sequence? And why is this relevant? When does a map become a guide? Like 316 was showing you, looking at the map gives you a good idea of the operations ahead. What is a keystone? Future provides past, and the map provides the picture. And that picture provides the 40,000 foot. 40,000 foot equals the classified level of understanding. Why is the map useful? Think direction. Think full picture. Who controls the narrative? The one that asks the question, right? What is the spell? Dissemination. Attention on deck. There's an active war on your mind. Be prepared. Operations are on the way and operators are active. The graphic is essential. Find the keystone. Moves and counter moves. They never thought she was going to lose. Boom. Okay, so I'm going to delete this one. Boom. Boom. Okay, guys. But that's something, huh? At 10:50, the symbolic hog. And then, yes, you can look at all the identical drops, but there it is.
No, I play speed golf, but I'm a good golfer. Everybody knows. Anybody that I've beaten in this group. But I love to play golf, but I don't get to play much. But I took off 2 hours, and the press couldn't find me. But they knew I was there because they follow me. And I was getting, are you okay? Guys are calling me up. Some of the guys in this room. Sir, are you okay? Yeah, what's the problem? There's a report, sir, that you're no longer with us. Remember that? No. The report was that I don't want to use the D word. It's such a horrible word. Dead. I don't like that. There's a report, sir, that you're
people love him, huh?
No longer with us. I said, well, I just hit a 280-yard drive. This isn't bad.
280-yard drive, guys. Okay. 280 yards. What's the news? Leakers exposed. These people are stupid. Interesting, huh? 280 yards.
And, it's one of the, and it took me a couple of weeks to get that one straightened out. The new one is they did a report in the fake news New York Times where I worked this day from early in the morning till late in the evening, but we don't give out a full schedule. It's like who the hell wants to give out a schedule to these people? But it's all work. And this, in particular, this day was brutal. I never got to leave the seat. I couldn't do anything. It was just one after another after another. And this went on from early in the morning till late in the evening. And my people gave out a report. He had lunch. They show a report, lunch with somebody. And they did a story. Donald Trump is slowing down. He only had lunch. And then he went back up. And they said, that's malfeasance, whoever did, right? No, it's terrible.
Fanboys for Hillary. We love you, sister.
My people than I was with the New York Times. But they wrote a story. And it takes you a period of time to recover from these hits. And it's almost no matter what you do, but you have to keep a positive eye. But we have a fake press. We did a thing that's so incredible on medicine. that nobody has ever done it. Reducing favored nations, most favored nations.
Okay, guys, there we
reduced the
go.
cost of
750 to
medicine
16.
at levels that have never even been dreamt of before. We should win the elections on just that thing if we did nothing else and went home, go home. We did favored nations where we're bringing down the price of a pill. As an example, in London, the pill sells for $10. In New York, it sells for $130. That's 13 times as much. Most favored is I want to pay what the lowest nation in the world is paying. Everybody knew about it, but nobody had the guts or the stamina to do it, or the respect from other nations, but I do. And then you also had to get the drug companies. The drug companies were not easy, but they were much easier compared to the other nations. So the other nations used to tell the drug companies, we're not going to pay more. You kept it for years the same price. Everything, we just kept going up, up, up. And finally I had the drug companies and I said, listen, fellas, you can't do this. Can't do it anymore. I'm not going to let it. We're going to do it, and you're not going to do it. And I did things to them that were brutal, but I really found out it was the nations that were so tough. So when France was told that the pill will go from $10 to $30, it's a big increase, right? But it's not really. And that ours would come down from $12 or $13 down to $30. So theirs would go from 10 to 20 or 30, and ours would go from $13 down to, meaning $130 down to 20 or 30. So it's a huge drop for us. Now, depending on the way you calculate it.
Again, guys, depending on the way you calculate it. What are we doing with these numbers, right? Right? Okay, guys. So when you add up, right? $130 plus 13% plus $10, right? You come to 153. For the coming days ahead, ask yourself an honest question. Why would a billionaire who has it all, fame, fortune, and a warm and loving family and friends, want to endanger himself by becoming POTUS? Why do he want to target himself and those he cares about? Does he need the money or fame? What does Trump get out of this? Does he want to make the US and the world a better place for his family and those good and decent people who have long been taken advantage of? Perhaps he could not stomach the thought of mass murder occurring to satisfy Moloch. Perhaps he could not stomach the thought of children being kidnapped, drugged, and raped while leaders and law enforcement of the world turned a blind eye. And perhaps he was tired of seeing how certain races, countries, were being constantly abused, kept in need, poor, and suffering, all for a specific purpose. And perhaps he could not, in good conscience, see the world burn, right? He was tired of seeing. He was tired of seeing. He could not stomach, right? And again, he's talking about being 32 days in a row doing rallies, right? And he's having a day off, and then the media is going after him, right? Not reporting on all these things. But why is Trump going through it? For the fame, for the money, right? For this cause. And it so happens to mention, that he was tired, right? Of seeing how certain races, were constantly being abused, kept in need, poor, and suffering for just a specific purpose, right? To create these, Clinton foundations, right? These kind of organizations to, quote unquote, lend out a helping hand and get rich from it, right? And then he says something else, guys.
30, not real. $10 it was, and we're not going to pay more. You kept it for years the same price. Everything we just kept going up, up, up. And finally, I had the drug companies, and I said, listen, fellas, you can't do this. Can't do it anymore. I'm not going to let it. We're going to do it, and you're not going to do it. And I did things to them that were brutal, but I really found out it was the nations that were so tough. So when France was told that the pill will go from $10 to $30, it's a big increase, right? But it's not really. And that ours would come down from $12 or $13 down to $30. So theirs would go from 10 to 20 or 30, and ours would go from $13 down to, meaning 130.
And again, so the $13 were the 13%, right? So he's kind of doing something here. Why is he saying 13, while he means 130? 1 second, guys. Let's get this correct.
Yeah, if you can go back, yeah.
Let's get this correct.
$10 to $30.
Oh, 1 second.
Can't do it anymore. I'm not going to let it. We're going to do it, and you're not going to do it. And I did things to them that were brutal, but I really found out it was the nations that were so tough. So when France was told that the pill will go from $10 to $30, it's a big increase, right? But it's not really. And that ours would come down from $12 or $13.
Yes. So 12 or 13. Okay.
Down to $30. So
down to 30.
Yeah. Down to 30. Okay.
This would go from 10 to 20 or 30.
10, 20, 30. 10, 20, 30.
And ours would go from $13 down to
13. Oh. Come on. $13.
meaning $130.
So now 130.
Down to 20 or 30. So it's a huge drop for us. Now, depending on the way you calculate it.
Okay, guys. So let's see, guys. What do we have here? So we got 10, 30, 12, 13, 30, 10, 20, 30, 13, 130, 20, and 30. What is going on here? Let me see. 10 plus 30 plus 12 plus 13 plus 30 plus 10 plus 20 plus 30 plus 13. Now it goes 130. Then it goes 20 plus 30. 5, 6, 8. Do we have the same? 5, 6,
I got
8.
3, 4, 8.
Maybe that's Canadian dollars. No. I think it's a 5, 6, 8. Are we there?
Well,
shall we play a game? Double meanings, war games. Trust, we know all. So what I did is, okay, I'm going to list it up and see where, if I went wrong, where I went wrong. I went from, oh, dude. I kept on going. Oh, sorry. I kept going from, yeah, what do you have?
I got 3, 4, 8.
Sorry, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, depending how you block from posting enter trip, it would appear that this board has been compromised. Okay. Huh. Again, what is he saying?
It could be thousands of percent, 20 or 30. So it's a huge drop for us. Now, depending on the way you calculate it, it could be thousands of percent down. It could also be 90% and 80%. You know, there's two ways of calculating. I don't know if you know. They said Donald Trump exaggerated. Now,
what? So now we got to add 1,000.
Donald Trump and me, but they knew I was there because they, you know, they. I all work. believe this. Donald Trump is slowing down. And he said, favored nations, most favored. When just did favored nations, most favored, respect from other nations, but I do. And then you also had to get the drug company. Here is the same price. So they said, listen, fellas, tough. So when France was told that it was 30, there's a huge drop for us, a percent down. It could also be 90% and 80%. A huge drop for us to go from $13 down to, meaning $130 down to 20 or 30. So it's a huge drop for us. Now, depending on the way you calculate it, it could be thousands of percent down. It could also be 90% and 80%. You know, there's two ways of calculating. I don't know if you know. They said Donald Trump exaggerated. No, there are two ways of calculating it. But calculate it at 80, 90%. But the other way is more accurate, like 900%, because that's what it really is. But there are two ways. But use be generous, 90%. There hasn't been a reduction in 28 years, except for the 1 year where I got it down 1/4%. And
you know what? I give up. I give up. Oh, he keeps on dropping numbers, man. Come on now.
Conference, I was so proud of myself.
Okay, hold on.
Yes.
Before he says two ways of calculating.
Yes.
What I got is 1518.
Okay, guys. 1518, huh? So this is what it concludes to, right? 1518. Okay, guys. The sealed, there it is, 11.3. Well done, shows commitment. I was about to give up, guys. Right? Right? Well done, Derf, man. Perseverance, guys. Beautiful. Beautiful.
That was kind of funny the way we were talking about the 11.3 earlier.
Yes. You know, again, when you start looking at it, what they're trying to tell you, right? Of course, they want to get this out there, you know? They can't listen to us after this broadcast is done. But what you do see is that when you use the tools that they give you, that you will land on something that if they are going to put out clues, you're going to find the same clue again, because they want to point you at 11.3. Might be the upcoming election, might be, you know, the general stealing of elections. Because 2020 was the 11.3. The foreign and domestic deployment of all assets. The Democrats and the Chinese. And with Maduro, now at this moment, this whole election rigging comes back, because now it points to Obama. Right? As you could see that all these crumbs that we were showing you were pointing to Obama. There it is. The fewer rules a president has, the fewer rules there are for an official to break. We are ready to unleash hell. And then the attack came, right? Boom. Hell. Rapid fire, flood coming, truth coming out. The actual proof. Band of Anos. And again, when I'm done, it will be like you were never here, right? How Dan Scavino ends his day, showing you the core focus of America, the Pledge of Allegiance, etc. We haven't even got into the new crumbs, right? Let's continue with Trump. Interesting. So you added the 900 as well.
No, I went up to the
yes
1,000. Like he said, thousands. So I just did 1,000. Then he said 90, then 80.
Okay. Yes.
So
yes.
That's how I got to
That's
15.
good
18.
because he was saying there are two ways of. So this is a different sum that he's doing, right? Well done, Derf.
Yeah.
Well done.
So
really well done. Really well done.
I don't know if we want to go back to the two ways.
Okay. Yes.
Maybe the
It's a total
90-80%.
It could be thousands of percent down.
Okay.
It could also be 90% and 80%. You know, there's two ways of calculating. I don't know if you know. They said Donald Trump exaggerated. Now, there are two ways of calculating it. But calculate it at 80, 90%. But the other way is more accurate, like 900%, because that's what it really is. But there are two ways, but use to be generous, 90%. There hasn't been a reduction in 28 years, except for the 1 year where I got it down 1/4%, and I had a news conference. I was so proud of myself. The drug prices, prescription drugs, are going to be down by thousands of points, thousands. On that one item, you should win this election. The New York Times barely wrote about it. The other papers barely wrote about it. Nobody even knows that the drug prices. Now, people will say, you don't mind if I don't read this crazy teleprompter, do you? Because, do you mind? Because I have, it's called standard. But these things are so important because you guys got to get elected. Because if you don't get elected, we have a country that's going to go to hell. So we can't play games. Ladies and gentlemen, the sun will rise tomorrow, and when it rises, we don't need this bullshit. We need to talk about favored nations. And your numbers are coming down at levels that nobody's ever seen. We inherited high prices. We inherited a mess. We inherited the greatest inflation in history. And you know what was knocking it down? The bad economy that we inherited. We inherited bad. We now have the hottest economy in the history of our country. We have $18 trillion being invested in the United States.
Again, 18.
Every one of you have car plants, AI plants, plants of all different types. Because of tariffs, I hope we get the good ruling from the Supreme Court. I only hope we do, because it's given us tremendous national security. So let me just finish up, because I weave. I love to weave. If you ever weave and don't come back to the point, then that's a problem. Then you say, but when you weave and you go here and boom, 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 always coming back, then you're in good shape. Mm-hmm. But what's happening is by doing what I did, we're getting numbers that are so low. But what did I do to the countries? I said, France, your health care for prescription drugs is going to go up triple. It's going from $10 a pill, just as an example. I called it the fat drug. You could say the fat drug, Ozempic. Ozempic is $80 in London, and it's $1,300 in New York. The fat drug. A friend of mine called me up. He said, what the hell is going on? A very rich guy, but I said, the fat drug doesn't work on you. Why are you even taking it?
Yeah.
The drug has failed miserably, but he's a very loud, boisterous. He's not a bad guy, not a great guy. Smart as hell. But he's a very rich guy. This drug, he could have paid millions for it. It wouldn't have mattered. But he said, in London, I'm paying $80. In New York, I'm paying like many times more than that. What the hell is that? That's because of what's happened. Because the nations held us back. So the drug companies, I made a deal with them. You're going to do it? They said, whatever the nations agreed to. The nations were a bigger problem than the drug companies. So I said, you tell me they'll never agree, sir. I said, 100% they will. 100%. They said, sir, the smartest guy, Eli Lilly, Merck.
What's up, Derf?
Well, he said 80, then 1,300, and then he said 80 again, but Ted Phillips pointed out 813.
Okay. 813.
Ooh. 8-13.
Kill people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of interesting because, people kill people. You are watching a movie.
Mm-hmm.
We love that. But it is, I've heard that the Ozempic drug, it's doing bad on people's health. So it's
really?
kind of, I don't know how many people have died from taking Ozempic, but it's not good for your health, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was kind of interesting.
All right.
And let's just see. I don't know if we add 80 plus 1300 plus 80, that's 1400. 1460, sorry. Not that interesting.
Okay, guys. Julian Assange. Okay, guys. This was an attack on Q. And again, the 11th, right? So it is now 11:01, and that's a 10:11 mirrors, right? So 10:11. Enough is enough. And it talks about the vaccines, right? The chemicals pushed, the drugs, opioids, pharma, right? Again, Trump is showing you. Yeah. So Trump is showing you that he has control over those big lobbies. He controls those pharma, big pharma. When they have to admit that they put these chemicals in to hurt your children, causing all these illnesses, right? That is showing you, it's almost like a father telling a child, say that you're sorry and admit that you've done it. And now they've done it, right? They have admitted it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why the head of NATO is calling Trump daddy, right? That's what he is. The big guy, literally, right?
Guys are all genius. They're all making numbers you wouldn't believe. The defense contractors are making more. That's why I'm going to say you're making $45 million a year and you can't produce a frickin' helicopter for 7 years. We're going to talk to them about that. But I said to the France, I called up, as an example, France, just as an example, I like him, he's a nice guy. Emmanuel.
Mm-hmm.
You know Emmanuel
No.
Macron. I love the French accent. Emmanuel. I said, listen, you're going to have to
croissant
raise your prices a little bit because we're paying 14 times more than you. That's a lot, right? We're paying numbers. In other words, we're making up for all of this deficit. No. I don't know. I will not be able to. Mr. President, please excuse me. Most of the people call me Mr. President, except for people that don't respect me. They call me that, which there are probably a lot of them too. But they said, no. Putin calls me Mr. President. She calls me Mr. President. Emmanuel goes, no. We will not do that. Yes, you will, Emmanuel, 100%, because I was told they wouldn't do it. And this is, you can take Emmanuel and add up Hans, you can add up Ludwig, you can add every name in the book. It's all the same. The answer is no. We're not going to double our drug prices. Not for you or anybody else. I said, yes, you are, 100%. We are not going to do it. No, you don't understand. 100%. You're going to do it and you're going to like it. They go, I don't understand. I've told you 5 times, why do you keep saying you're going to do it? Because I'm always right about, Trump is right about everything, right? I said, Trump is right about it. I have been right about everything. Got to keep it going. Is there wood up here? Hold it. I always like to, just in case. Trump was right about everything.
Indictment's coming.
So you're going to do it, Emmanuel? No, I'm not. I said, okay, here's the story, Emmanuel. If on Monday you haven't agreed to every single thing that we want, I'm putting a 25% tariff on everything coming out of France, including your wines, your champagnes, and everything else. No, you cannot do that. I said, I can do that, and I will do that. Even for national security, I'll do that, but this is for medical security, and 100%. Now, let me explain. The tariff I'm imposing on you is 42 times more expensive than what I'm asking for you in return. So you can either have a 25% tariff added on to you, like I did with China on fentanyl. I put a 20% penalty tax on China, and it's drying up because the tax is far more than they make with fentanyl. But with the other nations, I said, you're going to do it. And you know what he said? You can't do that to me. I said, yes, I can. Don't worry about it. It's not going to be that bad. You just have to explain it to your people, your 39 million people, that, by the way, don't vote by mail. They vote on paper ballots. They tried voting by mail, and there was fraud all over the country. We're the only country that votes by mail, essentially. You know that, right? You know, Speaker, that's another thing. We're the only country that's stupid enough to vote by mail. Even Jimmy Carter's commission said don't do it. But just to finish so that you won't say he wanders. Emmanuel said to me,
Indy Fars, we love you.
You have a deal. I would love to increase my prescription drug prices by 200% or whatever. I would love to do it. It'd be such an honor. Whatever you want, Donald, please. Don't tell the population. Please, Donald, I beg you. Every country said the same thing. No, we will not do this. Some were strong, some were very nice, some were rude. But they all said one thing, no, we won't. And within, I'd say on average, 3.2 minutes, they were all saying, we would be honored to quadruple our drug prices. So we would be honored to quadruple our prices if that's what you like. We want to make you happy. Okay. Therefore, I will not charge you a tariff, and you're going to increase your drug prices by 3 times what they were paying 2 days ago, right? And we have now favored nation. You think Biden could do that? I don't think so. Think Biden ever thought of it? Now, everybody's wanted favored nations, but everybody knew it was impossible to get the countries to agree to it because they wouldn't have done. And they've been doing this for 40 years or whatever it is. We were subsidizing the entire world. That's just one of the many things we're giving. But you should take that thing. That's going to save. Now, that also, when you add that to healthcare, your drug prices are much lower than what you projected. So we're going to reduce healthcare by a lot. One other thing. On healthcare, it's never been our issue.
There it is, guys.
Our issue.
Effective globally.
A couple of people. I guess Collins, I guess Lisa Murkowski, and I guess a man named John McCain. Remember? Thumbs down. You remember. He said, I'm all for 10 years he campaigned. I don't want to be nasty, but for 10 years he campaigned on Obamacare. We're going to destroy Obamacare. We're not going to do it. And then we're going to terminate it. And then, it was a little surprising. We could have had health care.
He paid for it, guys.
Obamacare is bad. And the people understand it's bad. And the premiums are horrible.
Birdman, great to see you.
One thing I've learned a lot about healthcare. I found healthcare sort of like not of tremendous interest, but it was very important. And I made it of tremendous interest. So I made a statement a couple of months ago because I saw the numbers. I said, boy, because, you know, I like to see what's going on. That's one of the reasons. By the way, we set an all-time record again today. We have the highest stock market in the history of our country by far, every single month. That's another thing you should camp. You know, they like to demean that. You know what the Democrats, well, that doesn't mean anything. That's just, no. That means jobs, and it means 401ks, because a lot of people have 401ks. And they have, hello, best lawyer in the room, the best, have 401ks, and they have 401ks like, I had a young policeman. I told this story twice, but it was the same thing. This was a recent case. I had a case years ago because I had a great economy. You know, we had the greatest economy in history during my first term. My first term was a tremendous success. But again, nobody wants to talk about that. We rebuilt our military. We did things that nobody could have done. We did a great job. This term is blowing it away. It's blowing every term. There's never been a president that had a year like this, especially a starting year.
I'll be back in a second,
based
guys.
on that too, all things. But the 401k, so there's a policeman, and he comes up, and he was guarding me along with lots of other people. Sir, I want to thank you. What? My wife thinks I am the worst investor in the world. And for the last year, she thinks now I'm Warren Buffett. She said, you're smarter than Warren Buffett. You're a better investor than Mr. Warren Buffett, sir. I said, how's your 401k? It's doubled. It's going up. It's going up. I said, just relax. But 401ks are through the roof. Those are us. Those are the people. We have the highest stock market in history. 47 days out of 11 months. We have just a piece of the last month left for the first year. 47 days out of 11 months, we hit a new record. Well, we hit one last night. We hit another one today, I understand. But we hit one last night, a new record, brand new record. All exchanges, not just, Dow. Dow was up, but all of them. We have another record, that's the 47th time in 11 months that we've hit an all-time high. And the future, because we have more money coming into our country than any country has ever had by far. The record was about $3 trillion many years ago by China. We've got $18 trillion pouring into our country. You know why? Because of tariffs. Because if they build a factory, they don't have to pay any tariff. But if they make it in another country and they send it in, they have a very big tariff to pay. So they can't pay that tariff. So what they do is they come in and they're building. By the way, this is what China did to us for many years. It's just reversing it. Other than we have a great product. We will lose.
And again, guys, so he's now at 111. Obama being groomed to be the commander-in-chief, right? By Walid bin Talal. As he's talking about the 18 billion again, the years in between Obama fraudulently being brought in to power, right? As the timestamp is showing you 111. 18 billion, guys. 18 years in between. The answer came 18 years later. I don't know why this thing doesn't want to work. Come on, look it up. There it is. Was the former president of the United States groomed to be the commander-in-chief? Is the U.S. political and the election system corrupt? Who owns the polling machines, right? Now, think about Maduro. When you know that those machines came from 20 years ago, from Venezuela, and who owns them now? This dude, right? They never thought she would lose. We are at war, and good night, Barack Obama. Because 18 years ago, he was brought to power by these machines. This is full circle, guys. Again, let me see what drop 18 is. Because if the team would know that 18 years later, yes, there's Mueller. Yes. Why is Pelosi's memory going? Could it protect against prosecution? And again, John McCain already met his punishment. So this is one day prior
a day for a year, right? And this is, right? 1 day equals 1 year, and 18 equals 18 years. So the prosecution is coming 18 years after 2008. So he was killed like a dog, right? Because he was a traitor. Now Obama, right? Now Mr. 111, groomed to be the commander-in-chief, paying all these nations back for supporting, paying money for access and favors to the Clinton Foundation. The attacks in Las Vegas were all about that. But the arrest in Saudi Arabia changed everything. Now they know where that money was going and who was bought and paid for.
Yeah. Tell you what, if I had lost this election, if you had Kamala, it's the same thing, Joe and Kamala.
And there it is. If he would lost this election, we're talking about drop 36. They were prepared to do the unthinkable.
I call them equals. If you had Kamala come in, I believe that our country would have been Venezuela on steroids. I used to say that during the campaign. If I don't win, we're going to have Venezuela. So we have 18 trillion coming in. I think we could.
See what he's doing? See what he's doing? Again, he's talking about the 18 trillion coming in. We got 18 years coming in. We're going to hold them accountable. And now it is 11/11. Boom. April. Sessions. The IG report. The 33,000 illegally deleted emails. We're talking sealed indictments. There was an indictment on Maduro. Arrest. Why was Huber made public? Mr. 11.3. Why now? Everything has meaning. I won. Tarmac. Iran. Uranium 1. North Korea. Aiding and abetting the enemy, guys. See? Election integrity. Mueller was told from the get-go, there is no dare there. Still, he went on and spent millions of your taxpayer dollars, tried to smear him, slow down his achievements. But let me tell you, Trump knew exactly what he was getting into, because who asked him to run? The military. And they've been, military intelligence knows it all, guys. So if they know it, Trump knew it. And 16 was not about solving the problem. It was about telling you the problem. The proofs were going to be shown after the 2020 election. You could see for yourself. And then you might have the will to change. To say, hey, you know what? This Democratic Party isn't the party that, right? This is something else. What the hell is going on here? Immigration bill, border, walls, military start, big month. Amazing coincidence, right? Military start in a wall. You have more than you know. Reason why we are here more. 11/11, guys. Beautiful drop. 18 trillion is coming in. We're rounding it up on the day, guys. 18 years to the day. They are in Venezuela, parading Maduro around. That is the embodiment of election rigging, human trafficking, drug trafficking. You know, we can stop the show right now because this is it, right? 18 trillion, guys. We now understand why he's mentioning this every single time.
Hit 20 trillion by the time the year is up, right?
18 trillion.
Less than 1 year, 18 trillion. The record is $3 trillion. $3 trillion is a lot of money. 18 trillion is not even thinkable. That's all investment. That's building factories, that's building plants. You know how many car factories we have? Half of you guys are having car factories. Where you are, Louisiana is doing great. Georgia right next
and look
to
how sharp he is. He's looking at somebody and he knows where he's from, where his company is, right? This man is something else.
Doing great. Hello. Nice guy. All nice people. Actually, in this room, I can't see it. Is there anybody I'm supposed to dislike in this room? I think that a couple of people maybe didn't show up. There's only one that I really dislike. I mean, the same person that Mike gave up on, because there's something wrong with him. He's a sick person. But there's only one really. The others, you just have to understand them. You know, they have some problems too, but you just have to sort of go with them and understand them, feel sorry for them, advise their family, are they okay? Because what we're doing is right. But $18 trillion, car plants being built. I was in Japan. Somebody admonished me, he shouldn't be traveling. I don't like to travel. But when I travel, I make a lot of money for the country, not for me. For me, I don't care. I have a much higher purpose. I have plenty of money. I don't need money. I don't want money. I want to make money for the country. And like I did with Intel. Intel came in, they had a problem. I said, I can solve the problem, but I think you should give the United States 10% of your company. He goes, whoa. I said, yeah, I think I can help you with the problem, but you got to give the United States, not me. Sometimes I'll say, give me, but when I say me, I'm talking about, I'd love to accept it, but I don't think that law enforcement would like that, right? I'm very cognizant of law enforcement, perhaps more than anybody in history. Actually, a friend of mine who's really smart said, you know, you've got to be the most honest guy in history because you have been examined, your books, your records. I have a big business. Every record, I had these Democrats hired the biggest accounting firms, the biggest law firms, the biggest. I went through years of abuse. And here I am. They didn't find anything wrong, remember? We want his tax returns for years. We want his... Finally, the Supreme Court, shockingly, I'm the only one. This couldn't happen to anybody else. You have to give your tax returns, right? I gave my tax returns. They're from here to here. It's a big business. It's a great business. And I built a great business, like much bigger and better than anyone even understands. But I gave my tax returns. They go.
That anyone understands, guys. Look at this. Understands at 11:14. That drop, 11:14, guys, is paramount. You got a beautiful Pepper dancing, right? Understands. What is this Anno saying here? Keep in mind that every crime is not meant to be solved before the event. What needs to be understood or understand and appreciated what's going on here. The fact that Q is basically creating a circular flow diagram that can be referenced and cross-checked with news releases. Q cannot just disclose specifics about situations or operations without violating security protocols. Instead, they drop questions and statements that lead to answers that can be understood once the subject becomes public. This provides validation necessary for the public to believe that the Great Awakening is legit. Q is real. Quite genius. All of this is accomplished without giving up specific details about the operation. You need to go back and understand, right? Understand. This is all accomplished without giving up specific details about operations. It's quite genius. Absolutely. Boom. Sparkle Truth. Shazam. 18. I'm still in the back row, working and listening. Thank you, Grass. And Derf. Huge comms. We are ready. Sparkle Truth. We love you. Love that name. The name resembles a lot of joy, right? Sparkle Truth. Love you. Okay, guys, give it up for Sparkle Truth. And again, do what you got to do, right? Make sure you keep your job. But we love that you're listening in and joining us, right? Sparkle Truth, we love you. Andrew Upperstorm, great to see you, my friend. Miss Penny Black, Buck Wayne, Q Faye, and Real Willow. We love you guys. Leonardo and Stevie Bananas, the Grim Reaper guys, and B Red for real. Nikki, we love you, sister. Love you. Thank you so much for everything you're dropping in the chat. I've seen it. Great stuff. 11.3 guys. We love you, Nikki. Jan Johns. Okay, guys, let's continue. We love you.
From here to the ceiling, practically. They got him. Headline, Trump to give tax returns. Supreme Court ruled I had to give my tax return. Can you believe it? Everyone said, you're not supposed to do that. And by fighting, they think you're trying to hide something. Naturally. I gave my tax returns. That's the last we ever heard. They hired the biggest accounting firm in the world, most powerful lawyers in the world. They spent millions and millions of dollars going over those returns. There hasn't been one story that I did anything wrong. So this friend of mine who's highly sophisticated, rich guy, smart guy, said there's nobody that I know that could have gone through an examination like that and not ended up in prison. Nobody ever had to suffer like I did. Nobody ever did that to anybody else. There was an expression, Andrew Jackson was the most abused president in the history of the United States. You know who second was? This before me. You know who second was? Abraham Lincoln. But he had a civil war, so we have to give him a pass. But Andrew Jackson was treated horribly. He was a great general and a good president. So bad that his wife died. His wife died. They were horrible. But I just saw a report came out the other day. I blow them away. He never got impeached twice. I got impeached twice on nothing. On a perfect phone call, remember? Perfect phone call. Tim Scott, who's a great guy, great, wonderful guy, South Carolina, straight guy, right? He is a good guy, good person. He's an honest person. He read a transcript. Thank goodness I had a transcript. Essentially, the call was taped because they tape calls. I didn't even know. So was that call taped? Yes, sir. I said, oh, well, bring it down. I don't even know. And we read the transcript. It was perfect. It was so good. I told Ukraine not to cheat. And if you see any cheating, report it to the Attorney General of the United States. That was my call. They said, he was trying to intimidate. All I said is, don't cheat. And we have a signed agreement that Ukraine can't cheat. You know that. It's the only country we have actually assigned. They violated the agreement many times, I would tell you. You'll find out. I was right about that, too.
Yeah.
But nobody's gotten treated. But this guy said to me, for you to have escaped. But the one thing, and I'll just end it, because Jim Jordan back there, world champion wrestler, 128-1. Whatever happened to the one guy? The Russian.
So there it is, guys. 128. Boom. You know what that drop is, right? We just read it. Right? Jim Jordan. Boom. 128. And 1. Let's see what that is. Done in 30. Right? Interesting, guys. Because the drop that we showed you, this one we made 30 days in advance, right? This one was made exactly on December 3rd, 2025. And on January 3rd, 2026, Maduro, right? Maduro, I think it's time. Barack Obama, mandatory forced grounding, right? Human trafficking, and election rigging, 2008, was coming out. He is arrested on the 3rd of January. Boom. There it is.
See that? Done in 30. 128 and 1. Done in 30. Interesting. Done in 30. 128 and 1. Boom. Again, brings you to 128, how we decode, right? And then putting the 1 in there saying, hey, done in 30. Indeed, guys. Done in 30. December 3rd. Right, Derf?
Yeah.
Boom. Oh.
Yeah, you gotta give it up for Grass, guys, because nobody's doing the decodes the way he is, and all he's really doing, as you know, just using the tools that they gave us, looking at the timestamps, the times in betweens, the missing replaced letters.
Yes.
All that stuff, right? Okay,
Check 1, 2.
You're back.
Okay. That's weird. Like it's nothing. Dude. Okay. Are we back? Hopefully. I have buffering. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, I'm back. Okay.
Yeah, I think you're...
Let me check Twitter. Still live. Oops. Jeez, Louise. It keeps closing down my...
So, yeah, Rumble...
Dude, Twitter again. Of Zoom again. What the hell is wrong with Zoom? Are you there, Derf?
I'm here. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
good.
I was looking over at my phone.
Okay. There's some weird shit happening on my computer, guys. As we are really trying to show you that my computer is fine, right? Look at this. I'm cool as fancy.
So I think we're good now.
Okay, guys. So
Yeah,
just
both.
saying. Just saying. Technical difficulties. But there it is, done in 30. And then we remembered, right? The 128 days in between Trump giving Derfman the RQ and coming out 128 days later, exactly at the same time, this time summertime. Again, what time was it in January? It was
in January, it
7:30.
was 7:35.
Yeah, 35. And in summertime, it was 6:35, right? He was going off script, doing a really awesome thing. Inspiring the people, the young ones, young entrepreneurs, people who want to start their own business. Like, hey, this is how I started. This is what I've learned, right? Never stop. Never, ever stop. Find something that you're good at and keep going. And then he mentioned, working on the stadium, the Montreal Canadiens. Boom. At 6:35. Didn't ring a bell, guys, because I didn't even, I just heard him say Montreal Canadiens. Okay, boom. That's epic. And then he ended the day, at 128 and so much seconds, that brings you to we are Q. So we are Q in a minutes and seconds, and 128 at midnight. The last post from Trump after that rally, emphasizing 128. We are Q. As 128 days before, he gave Derfman at that same time an RQ. Unbelievable. Now it's mentioning 128 and 1 at 11:17. Done at 30. Huh. 11:17, guys. Oh. Okay, good start. Okay, guys, let's continue.
How dare you lose to a Russian? Do you know the more impressive record for Jim? Because I'm a big sports person. I love sports. Jim went to high school. As in high school, he was considered like the top wrestler. But he was undefeated in high school. Now, what that means is that as a freshman, he was beating seniors. Is that true? Were you actually undefeated? Seriously, were you undefeated in high school? That means as a freshman, he had to beat seniors, Steve. Nobody could, because there's such a difference between a freshman and a senior. To me, that's more impressive than anything. But I'm also impressed with his fight. Now we have to close the deal, Jim. We got to close the deal. Close that deal. I saw Jim, and the first time I met Jim, I looked at him and I said, tough-looking guy. But I noticed the ears, they were a little rough. They were a little bit of a rough. Some people would say a little cauliflower on that ear. They said, Jim, have you wrestled before? Yes, I did. Where? Was it Ohio State? Something like, he was an All-American at Ohio State. I said, yeah, I could sort of tell. I look at the ears and I can sort of tell. But have you had plastic surgery on your ears, Jim? No? Because they look better now than they did the first time. They've healed over the years. They've healed. Actually, now you're wrestling with probably much tougher people, the radical left lunatics, right? But anyway, so I just want to leave it by this. I want to say that you are great people. We have all of the policy. We have wonderful, just stay together. We got a few people that make life very difficult. They don't have that. I used to say they don't have a Mitt Romney in their midst. I mean, Mitt Romney was very difficult. You know, he was almost like, for them, he was on the Senate side. But we have a couple of people that are really bad. I mean, they're bad, but maybe they'll straighten out. Maybe somebody in the room can sit them down and straighten them out, because what we're doing is the right thing for the country. We're not Republican or Democrat. We're doing the right thing for the country. If you look at what we're trying to solve the health care problem. We're trying to get better health care at a lower price. I mean, that's a good thing, right? And the one thing I learned, and just in concluding, and I said it like a month and a half ago, and it was the number one thing in the country. Even the fake news covered it. They tried to put a negative spin on it, of course. I said, I read a story about insurance companies making a fortune. A fortune. Their stocks were up 1,700%. Who invested recently in a stock that's up 17? And that's because the money that they're getting from Obamacare is massive. And the government generally. That means they're making a fortune. And as soon as that, because I have a natural, I don't want to say it again, but I have a natural business instinct. I do. I've always done things. I've done some things that people said you're crazy and I made a lot of money with. I've done a lot of things that were good. I have an instinct, right? Somebody said, he's got the best political instincts of any politician in 150 years. I said, no, I don't. I really don't believe I do.
Boom.
I think I have good
150 guys.
sense. But they said that it was a very complimentary statement, but I don't believe that's necessarily right. But I do have good policy. I have good common sense. And maybe they wield that into instincts. And I did become president, so can't be that bad. And I never did it before. Don't forget, I ran for president. I had a politician telling me very strongly, they said, sir, I've run for office 20 times and I've won 17.
Boom.
And I know what I'm talking about. This was at the very beginning.
Boom, guys. Boom. 20 times 17. Dude, this is 2017 when Q started dropping. Q started dropping in 2017. This guy ran for office 20 times
and won 17. What?
Very strongly. They said, sir, I've run for office 20 times and I've won 17.
Boom.
Run for office 20 times and I've won 17.
Boom. Okay. Huh. So the timestamp now is 11:21. And now 2017 or 20 and 17. So wait a minute. What letter is 20?
T.
T, yeah? So QT or Q plus of plus Q. Is if a T is a plus, right? Or a cross. Like a T, right? It's like a plus. Huh. So what is 20 and what is 17? Shall we play a game? Swift action, midnight oil, POTUS, renovations, Obama, biggest drop on poll, CIA slush funds with worldwide access to expansion of their network. But 12/11. What's up, Derf?
Well, as a couple people in the chat pointed out, 20 times 17 is 340. That's
Okay.
a nice one.
340. Thank you, guys. Boom, no way, guys. The crown jewel decode, guys. You are learning news unlocks map. Future proofs past. Not everything can be stated one by one. As drop 1114 was showing us, right? Oops. Circular flow diagram. They can be cross-checked with news releases. Cannot disclose specifics, but drop questions and statements that lead to answers. They can be understood once the subject becomes public, giving the validation necessary for the public to believe that the Great Awakening is legit and Q is real. Quite genius.
And I know what I'm talking about. This was at the very beginning of my first time. I said, well, I've only run once, and I won, but I won for president. He said, you got me on that one. He's actually sitting in this room right now, that son of a gun. He knows who I'm talking about. He was giving me a hard time, but he's turned out to be a decent person. Not the best in the room, but a decent person.
What?
He's not my favorite in the room, but he's decent. But we have one thing that's really strong. Uh-oh, it's a fake news. Pulitzer Prize, right, Doug? Pulitzer Prize. He got one for the bullet. He had the bullet, but he got how many Pulitzer Prizes? 3 Pulitzer Prizes, and all talented guys. These are great guys. I don't like the people back there as well.
Oh.
These are the ones that take the pictures. Make me look thin for a change, Doug. Making me look a little bit heavy. I'm not happy about it. But one thing I did see and find out in the last 2 months, when you tell the people that we want the money to be paid to the people so the people can buy their own health insurance and health care, it's like, and I just said it, and I said it because I read a story on the front page of a certain paper that I don't even mention because it's so stupid, paper, it's so bad, it's gone so far off the Wall Street Journal, I don't mention it. I refuse to tell you that it's the Wall Street Journal. They've lost their way. This is not the Wall Street Journal of old. But I read a story on the Wall Street Journal, and it said that the insurance companies are making so much money. They weren't demeaning them or anything, and I guess as an investor, you're happy. When I read that, I said, wait a minute, they're making that kind of money. And they're making it because of stupid politicians, I hate to say, that we allow them to make it. If you guys can get in a room, because, we don't have that as one of our issues. It's the only thing they have. They're lousy at it. They came up with Obamacare. We tried to fight it. We almost had it won, but we didn't get 3 votes. We should have gotten them. But here's, you want to turn this thing, you work on favored nations, you work on borders, you work on all of the things that we talked about, but now you take the healthcare issue away from them, and they want to fight it. You know why? They're all owned by the insurance companies, and they cannot fight it successfully. There's nothing they can do.
They go.
That's like almost the voter ID thing. When they try and fight, I watched a guy trying to explain why we shouldn't have voter ID the other day, and the guy was a fool. He looked like an idiot.
Boom.
This is the same kind of an issue. Let the money go in the healthcare account or however you do it. Let the money go directly to the people. Now, you have to be a little flexible on Hyde. You know that. You got to be a little flexible. You got to work something. You got to use ingenuity. You got to work. We're all big fans of everything, but you got to be flexible. You have to have flexibility. I came out with a statement. Let the money go not to the big fat cats in the insurance companies that made 1,700% over the last short period of time. Let the money go directly to the people where they can buy their own health care. And I don't think, I'm not sure that I've ever said anything that was more impactful. I say a lot of things and have a lot of good ideas. And this was an idea that, the whole world went crazy. The whole country went crazy. The world went crazy with envy. If you can somehow do that, Mr. Speaker, Tom, all of you, Steve, if you can do that, you're going to have, this is going to be your issue. And the other thing is fertilization. They're trying to hit us on fertilization. They were dead on fertilization when I got a call from a very wonderful young senator from Alabama saying they had just lost a case, and the case, I've never been met with such scorn. Friends of
Nui. Great to see you, brother.
Going crazy.
Happy New Year, my friend.
I said, explain the issue to me. And it was on IVF, the fertilization. A judge ruled against and said all fertilization places have to be closed down, like immediately. It would have been a disaster. And fortunately, I picked it up, and we owned the issue. But now I understand they're trying to make a case on fertilization. You can't let them do that. Very important issue. All of these issues are very important issues. But you can own healthcare. Figure it out. Let the money go directly to the people. It goes in a healthcare account. There are numerous things you can do. But you have to let no money for the insurance companies. I'm going to meet with the insurance companies. I said, I'm going to meet with them because I met with the prescription drug companies. And that's when I found out what was going on with the fact that we were paying 10 and 13 and 14 times more money than Europe and other places. I learned that at the meeting. Now I'm going to meet with them in a few days. I'm meeting with them all, 14 companies. I'm meeting with them all.
And
I'm
there
also
it is.
meeting with oil companies. Let's
17,
go.
14.
You know what that's about. We've got a lot of oil to drill, which is going to bring down oil prices even further. But if you can come up with health care, remember this, where the money goes to the people, you have just owned, they can't fight it. They're owned by the insurance companies. You guys don't get money from the insurance companies. They do. They get a massive amount of money. It's their biggest donor. They're going to try and fight you, but they can't win the fight. If you explain it, the money goes directly to the people. That's going to be your issue. The other thing is energy. Your
Jamie
energy
WV in the
prices
house, guys.
have come so
We
far
love you.
down since I'm president. And nobody wants to, I saw on television, energy prices are down 3%. No, they're not down 3%. They were $3.50 and $4. It's now $1.99 a gallon in many stations, and it's going down further. And that's like a massive tax cut. And that's the other thing, tax cuts. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. Now think of this, no tax on tips, no tax for seniors on Social Security, no tax on overtime. You're allowed to deduct if you buy a car and you take out a loan on the car. For the first time ever, middle-income people, all people can deduct, but they never got a deduction before like this. It's only for rich people, they got them. They have so many deductions. You're allowed to deduct the interest against your taxes. Nobody thought it was possible. It's going to be phenomenal for the car companies, but it's even more phenomenal for the people. It's like getting it's like paying half for the car. All of these things, you have so much ammunition. All you have to do is sell it. Taxes. But the one thing they know about the taxes, I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill. I think it's even better. But the Great Big Beautiful Bill is just that. There are so many goodies in the bill, you have to get the word out. Because the people in the back of the room won't do it. That's why I love live television. Because they can't, sometimes they'll turn the camera off. But they're embarrassed when they do that. If we're going too strong and doing too well, if the lights go off, you know you're doing well. If the lights are on, you got yourself a problem, okay? I see that little red light. That light goes on. If that light, that's bad, isn't it? If that light goes off, you know that you're doing a good job because you're fighting the Democrats and you're fighting the fake news. And it's amazing that they can be
down
so
she
stupid.
goes.
And they don't have credibility anymore, and you can beat them. I mean, it's the old thing that, never fight the news, but you have no choice because it's almost like they become radicalized. But you are fighting the news, but you can beat them. That's why I'm standing here. I mean, I had Kamala. I was beating Joe by 30 points, and then they changed him. That's like a fighter in the ring. He's losing, and they said, let's put somebody else in to take his place. Very unfair. They changed in the middle of the election. They said, he's going to lose, so let's give somebody else. And fortunately, she was just as bad as him. Probably slightly. I don't know. Would you say as bad or worse? Close. Pretty close. But it took 6 weeks. It was a honeymoon period. 6 weeks. It took 6 weeks to find out that she didn't have what it takes.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to win the midterms.
Absolutely,
Basti.
Basti.
Win the midterms. It's just going to be, they'll find a reason to impeach me. I'll get impeached. We don't impeach them. You know why? Because they're meaner than we are. We should have impeached Joe Biden for 100 different things. They are mean and smart. But fortunately for you, they have horrible policy. They can be smart as can be. But when they want open borders, when they want, as I said, men and women sports, when they want transgender for everyone, bring your kids in, we're going to change the sex of your child. Just send them our way. In some cases, like in Minnesota, they don't even tell the parents. Is that right? And nobody believes it when I say it. I think we have 6 states. Nobody, am I correct? Okay, Tom Emmer said yes, so. But it's true. Where the kid comes back, they keep the kid. They operate on the kid. They don't tell the parents.
Wait a minute. Did he say 666? I see Ted Phillips saying this and Kristen May. I didn't hear him say that, but maybe I missed it. What? Yes? Yes? What? How far back do I need to go? Oh, 6 weeks. 3 times, huh? I see. Okay. Yes, because the 666, guys, it's a beautiful drop. Because this is when, when we were asking Dan Scavino during the show regarding the shutdown, and I saw these annons dropping that one Q drop, where an anon was asking Q 10 Days of Darkness. When? And then the answer of Q was shutdown. So during the shutdown coming in, and then Dan Scavino dropping,
the Dutch Patriot with, with the sign, the world is about to change in Dutch, dark to light, sheep no more, QAnon baby, a gap code of 137 seconds, right? All these things. Then I said, hey, Dan, right? If you're looking, what about the 10 days of darkness and the shutdown? How do we need to see this, right? I don't know. I saw these crumbs coming in, with the go orders, right? Not 1 or 2, but 3 very sinister events, right? With the post in the parentheses leading you to drop 88. And then Trump came out, right? Boom. It's about the light. Okay. And then Trump came out again, where he actually talked about the shutdown, mentioned the stock market, and the M dash he placed there, where it would lead you to fly rods fly. And his truth number ended with 666. And that drop, we're going to read now, is talking about the Rothschilds, the stock market dive of 666 points, talking about the Soroses, marriage for power, not love, Hilton, Rothschilds, Soros, Clinton. These people are evil. But 2020 vision coming. The public is vital. The release of information is vital. This will cause outrage that will facilitate the justice. Can we simply start arresting the opposition without first exposing the truth? Follow the light, right? So he talks about the shutdown. Q said shutdown, that is, or 10 days of darkness, that is the shutdown. Not 10 days of shutdown, but a period of time where the darkness is being revealed. And we were all little candles walking in that darkness, finding a spark, finding a match or a Q drop that lit up. And we used that flame we candled that flame, right? Into, a burning torch that we can then, help others to maintain that light, right? And guide them through that darkness, right? It's incredible how this whole movement was set up. Because at some point, with too many people waking up and understanding, it truly becomes nothing can stop what is coming. Because too many people know now, and they will never go back. They've all seen COVID. They've all seen you own nothing and will be happy, right? We all saw the governmental overreach, and this is enough. They should be serving the people instead of the other way around, right? We should not be fearing the government. They should be doing as we want them to. They have to facilitate our pursuit of happiness, right? That's it. You're just somebody that is getting that done. You're getting your 30 by the will of the governed, so to say. But whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it's the right of the people to alter or abolish it. Beautiful, guys. Critical mass, absolutely. It cannot be unseen, absolutely. Truth like this is a lantern, absolutely. We are the news now. Yeah. There was a time when ordinary men were asked to do extraordinary things, right? And they believe in you. Look at what Trump is doing, setting a perfect example, right? And reminding this House GOP people, like, yes, the left is vicious, but just tell them the good stuff. He's helping them out. There are so many tax reforms coming. Use that to your advantage, right? Keep control over the House.
Okay, guys, let's continue.
It's not believable. We have great, solid common sense policy. They have horrendous policy. What they do is they stick together. They never have a no vote. They impeached me. I never knew I was going to be impeached. I get a phone call, you just got impeached. I said, what does that mean? It took them
There it is, guys.
10 minutes.
Solid
They impeached the
confirmation
president who
of
did a
POTUS
damn
from
good
QT.
job. I rebuilt our military, Space Force, I got everything. I did a lot. They impeached me for nothing, twice, for nothing. Fortunately, you were on our side, and we were unanimous. And the second time, the few people in this little group, like Rice and this, they're all gone. Every one of them is gone, except one that we're going to sort of let ride with him. Some guy that has a state that you might as well just let him ride. But think of it, everyone's gone. Everyone's gone. It makes me feel so good. I don't want to feel vicious, but I'm so happy that everyone. And they're seriously gone, too. They lost in landslides. This guy named Rice, he lost by 48 points. Right? Remember him?
Oh, guys. Dude, 48 points, huh? At 11:33? No shit, guys. 11:33 is hashtag 17. And there it is, guys. Q clearance. 48. Boom. Q clearance. Somebody dropping information that has the highest level of security within all departments. The calm before the storm. Uranium 1. Boom. Dude. It almost looks like he did a little air cue there, right? In the beginning.
Like Rice and the animus. I did a lot. They impeached me for nothing, twice, for nothing. Fortunately, you were on our side, and we were unanimous. And the second time, the few people in this little...
See that? Boom.
We were unanimous. And the second time, the few people in this little group...
See that? Whoop, 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 whoop. Right? There he goes. And then it hits. 11:33, guys.
Like Rice and this. They're all gone. Every one of them is gone, except one that we're going to sort of let ride with him. Some guy that has a state that you might as well just let him ride. But think of it, everyone's gone. Everyone's gone. It makes me feel so good. I don't want to feel vicious, but I'm so happy that everyone.
Boom.
And they're seriously gone, too. They lost in landslides.
Boom.
This guy named Rice, he lost by 48 points.
Boom.
Right? Remember him? Oh, no, there he is. What a job you did, Mr. Fry. Congressman Fry. I looked around for somebody. It's true, this was a good choice. We've made some bad choices, too, because you have to do it. I said, who the hell can run against this guy, Rice? It was a Trump plus 40 district.
Boom.
They had riots around his house that night. You know, he voted, I vote to impeach. And that night they had riots.
Trump plus
so they
40,
said,
guys.
Who the hell? Just give me somebody.
Look at this, guys.
A warm
There's
body.
Trump.
And then...
So, dude, he's saying Trump plus at 11:33. Where it is, hashtag 17. And then 40, Trump plus, right? Boom. So he's saying I'm Q 41020 with the 40 plus, right? At 11:33. Dude. So he's mentioning 48 Q clearance, the information highest level of security, the calm before the storm, and the 40 plus the timestamp, 11:33. Boom. Unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable.
It's pretty blatant, if you ask me.
Wow. Wow, guys. I need to go. It's 10 minutes to 10. It's crazy. Still got to eat dinner.
And then, no, it has to be a living, breathing person. And then if I could get a genius, it would be good.
Okay, guys.
And we got a guy who is so good. He's been, I think, are you happy with him? I think so. Stand up, bro. He's great. I said, where does he come from? He's like a senator, state senator or something. I said, all right. I spoke to him one time. I said, you're accepted. But little did I realize how good he was. You did a great job. You've done a great job, and the people love him. So he has done a great job. I just want to say this. I haven't read one word on this thing. Who the hell else could do this? And I think I gave you something. It's just a roadmap.
Boom.
And it's a roadmap to victory. You have so many good nuggets. You have to use them. If you can sell them, we're going to win. Because we've won 2 races in like 50 years. It's, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but just don't fight it. It doesn't make sense. There've been 2, and they were unusual circumstances. So whether it's a Republican or Democrat, whoever wins the presidency, the other party wins the midterm, and it doesn't make sense because we've had the most successful year probably in the history. They say, and now you add what happened essentially yesterday, we've had the most successful first year of any president in history. And it should be a positive and make it a positive. So with that, I leave you. I do. And I started by saying I love you all, and I'll end by saying I love you. You're amazing people. What you do for this country is incredible. And thank you all very much. Thank you.
Guys. Donald J. Trump, the Commander-in-Chief. Boom. Thank you for joining. Okay, guys. And also, of course, thank you for joining as well. We love you. Derfman, final words to you, my friend.
What a show.
Yes.
What a way to start the show, and what a speech from Donald Trump. Wow. Just, yeah, this is going to be it's going to be one worth cutting up. And, you know, I'm still taking some screenshots here and there from some of the stuff from the beginning. So we'll see what I can do with that. And on that note, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Deflustrated. Thank you, Miss Penny Black. Thank you, Ted Phillips, Parco, all of you guys that were helping out with the numbers. And wow, Donald Trump, Dan Scavino, you two are absolutely ridiculous. And, you know, same for the rest of you guys, the Elons, General Flynn, Cash, Chucky Grass, Mikey Palms, the rest of you guys, especially you guys running the Rapid Response 47 and the White House account. We absolutely love you guys. Grass, you are absolutely amazing. Nobody does it like you. And, you know, I'm sure, you know, I'm having a lot of fun doing these shows and checking it out. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. There's no way that I would be able to weave it the way you weave it. And again, I'm sure the chat, I'm sure you guys are feeling the same way. You know, give me a 17 for Grass and for the team, but especially for Grass, guys. If I can see a bunch of 17s, I'd appreciate it. And, you know, we've got New Zealand, Poland, Portugal, the UK, and we've got obviously Canada and the US that are in with us. So, man, this is great. So again, thank you guys. Make sure you check out our socials. We'll let you know next time we're on. Grass has a lot of amazing crumbs to go through. So, man, look at all the 17s rolling in. Grass. Thank you guys. Again, thank you, Grass. Keep an eye on our socials. Make sure you hit the thumbs up on the YouTube and on the Rumble. That really helps. And thank you, Bastiat. Real White House Grandpa just joining.
Oh,
man,
awesome,
you're
guys.
going to want to catch this replay. White House Grandpa. What a show from start to finish. And yeah, Grass has to go. It's almost 10 p.m. So we love you guys, and we'll see you again, White House Grandpa, really, really soon.
Okay, guys, I'm looking for a stream to send you to. Let me see if I can find it. And please drop a 5x5 for Derf Band, guys. Shout them out. We love you. Q Trooper, Nikki, New Zealand. Mike, we love you, brother. Kristen May. Let's get ready to hold the line. Let me shout each and every one out because you know they love you. And guys, maybe you can send Derfman a link of a Rumble chat or live stream that is live now that we can send you to. That will be so helpful. I just copy paste and send you there. Okay? Okay, guys. I love you all. God bless you. And see you hopefully on Thursday, guys. Maybe we're going to do a Thursday and Friday show. But let's see, guys. Let's play Hold the Line. Thank you, Derf. We love you. Boom time, guys. Where's the chat? Boom, boom, boom. Okay, let's do one by one. Why not? Okay, guys. Sheep to the rowboat. Nikki from New Zealand. We love you. Indy Ford.
Anger.
We love you guys. Deep Frustrated. We love you. Sparkle Truth. Tyrius MC. We love you. Danny Backers. Deep Frustrated. Tyrius MC. The Heim Sister. We love you. American Scout. Awesome that you're with us. Highlander. Dick Tracy. Do no good. Will for you to see. Derfman 1717. Kristen May, Denmark in the house. We love you. Steven Bananas. We gonna hold the line. Boom time. Turn up the volume, guys. Let's wake up those neighbors. Real News Ad. Mama Bear Trump. Laurie Lash. Madman. Thank you so much for all the red castles. We love you, brother. Cat Phyllis. Central Scrutinizer. Adventurous. Tatch Phyllis. Sing a new song since you broke the internet. Marco, brother, we love you. You broke the internet together with beautiful Sing a new song. Capper 10. Sassy Patriots 54. Boom. LMN 5. We love you. Mama Bear Trump. Birdman 74. We love you guys. And on Pilled, we want to shout out Ellen Godwins. And everybody watching on X, we love you guys. We have reached the cruising altitude of 40,000 foot long ago. As we prepare to land, make sure your seats and polling trays are in their upright position. And while you're ready, guys, please double check if you're bugging up, because you know it's gonna get bumpy. And double check the person next to you. You don't want them people bumping around. Perf, you got this.
United Airlines to Guantanamo Bay. Immediate warning at gate scan.
Guys, Kevin, we knew this day would come, so for the favorite beverage, liberal tears. We knew this day would come, and elected them to do the heavy lifting, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Indy Ford, I love that name. Alright. Spoken Truth, God bless your beautiful soul. The angels are sounding their horns. The apocalypse is nigh. Foreshadow for millennia and unfolding right in front of our eyes. We're so blessed to be alive and to be witnesses of this epic transition to greatness. Big shout out to Donald J. Trump, Dan Scavino, Elon Musk, General Fling, Cash Patel, Pam Bondi, Chuck Grassley, Richard Grinnell, the Less Than 10 Wizards and Warlocks, and Trucy. We love you guys.
We love you. We will be back in some form.
Too many of us think it is impossible.
Too many think it is unreal. But it is
that is a dangerous defeatist belief. It leads to the conclusion that we are gripped by forces
we cannot control. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for the Storm Mega. Okay, guys, let's wait until the Where We're Going One We Go is full on screen, because you guys are absolute proof of this. And again, thank you all so much for joining us. We love you. This is going to be a short outro, so I love you guys. Have a blessed continuation of this epic day, and see you hopefully on Thursday. Tomorrow I gotta look after Grasshopper. Miss Grasshopper is doing her first. She's starting working again at the university teaching arts. So that's going to be epic. I'm happy for her. She's doing really well, but that means that I gotta look after Grasshopper tomorrow. Little Grass. So pray for me, guys. There's a lot of bottles that I got to do and a lot of diapers I got to change. But okay, guys, we love you. But hopefully we'll be back on Thursday you know, on Friday, if not Thursday, guys. So pay attention to our socials. We love you. Give it up for Derf, guys. We love this man to the moon and back. God bless you all, and see you really, really soon. I got the chat in for you guys, right? See that? We love you. Where's this coming from, guys? What is this coming from? Where is this coming from, guys? I have no idea. So this keeps on going with what? Where is this coming from? Oh, it's them. They are in our stream. Oh, I see. So I guess, did we raid them or what? I think so, huh? Okay, guys. Okay. No. Let me show you what I see.
California, the last number I saw was 770.
I don't know if you guys can see what I see.
Like, and this is what we've been saying, and it's not just, I can't say we. This is what friggin' Trump's been saying. You think Minnesota's bad?
How in the world is this possible,
you haven't
guys?
seen anything yet?
Where's this coming from?
Well, Minnesota's only 6 million people total. They're gullible. They're easy to scam.
What is California? 40 something. New York, I think, is 38.
Don't you see them on top of the Rumble feed? Okay, guys, I'm killing the stream. I love you. Have fun at Rambo. God bless you all. Killing the stream. Love you. See you on